a number of Arab leaders from several Arab countries in order to find a solution or put a unified stance from the Arab nations to put an agreement of ceasefire and put an end to the Israeli aggression on Lebanon and Gaza. President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi has earlier arrived in Saudi capital Riyadh in order to attend this extraordinary Arab Islamic summit hosted by Saudi Arabia. The president was received at the International King Khalid Airport by Deputy Emir of Riyadh, Prince Mohammed bin Abdulrahman bin Abdul Aziz. President El-Sisi is to deliver Egypt's speech before the summit. President El-Sisi's speech is to highlight Egypt's firm stance and efforts to reach a ceasefire in both Gaza and Lebanon in order to prevent the conflict's possible regional expansion of the situation. The extraordinary Arab Islamic Summit is to focus on providing the Palestinians with their entire legitimate rights, on top of which is an independent state. And the independent state is one of the things that President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi have been calling for since the Israeli aggression started last year, 2023.
بهدف إيجاد مواقف لحل الأزمة في لبنان والتصعيدات الإسرائيلية على الجبهة اللبنانية أيضاً.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله حق تقاته ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء فألف بين قلوبكم فأصبحتم بنعمته إخوانا وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار فأنقذكم منها كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون. صدق الله العظيم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة الدولة، معالي الأمين العام لجامعة الدول العربية، معالي الأمين العام
لمنظمة العالم الإسلامي، the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, Secretary General, in the name of my King Salman, may Allah preserve him. I'd like to welcome you in your second place. This is an extent of the last summit on the aggression of the aggression of Gaza Strip. We reiterate our condemn of the Israeli occupation on Gaza that resulted in more than 150,000 murders of women and children, and reiterate that Israel's aggression against Gaza is a flagrant violation of the Palestinian sovereignty and the right of self-determination. We also decry the UNRWA prevention of humanitarian aid to Palestinian and prevent humanitarian aid agency to relieve access. And we decry occupation forces in Lebanon, and we refuse the displacement of Lebanese people, and we reiterate our stance in standing by Lebanon. And we call for international community to respect the Iranian sovereignty and not to trespass their sovereignty. We took several steps to reiterate the central of the Palestinian cause. We call to halt the Israeli occupation and to apply two-state solution. We call the rest of the countries in the coalition, and we also reiterate the establishment of the independent state of Palestine across 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. This is what we call for, and peace be upon all of you. And now I call the Secretary General Ahmed Abul Ghait, the Secretary General of the Arab League, to address the summit. Your Highness, Crown Prince Mohammed
ولي عهد المملكة العربية السعودية رئيس مجلس الوزراء أصحاب الفخامة والسمو السيدات والسادة.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank and extend my gratitude to your invitation for this joint summit in this critical time. And I also would like to address and to thank you for your appreciation and warm welcome since our reception. Words are not enough now to describe what the Palestinian people are going through. This is a critical moment. Israeli plan is not now unclear. The aim is to destruct the Palestinian community or to displace them. They aim to remove a whole fabric of community and killing the Palestinian hope in their to their sovereignty. And we are telling you that these Israeli hopes will not be fulfilled. What Israeli government and their are destruction of future in this region and ending the peace process that based on justice which enables us to have permanent peace. There will be no peace with injustice killing. Our summit have a clear message that the world will not be able to bear the consequences of this ongoing genocide. The inaction of the international community make the occupation greedy for more blood. So they expanded the war zone from Gaza to Lebanon, jeopardizing the whole community to war. So Israel needs from their friends, from the rest of their friends, to save them from their need, from the greed. The absence of the international law made them more greedy to implement more crazy and insane plans. Prime Minister are talking about remapping the whole region. Which region are they talking about? The 90% of Palestine is living on 10% of its space, scared and deprived of the very basic needs of life. They are undergoing violation, destruction. The MENA we are calling for is a region. At the core of it is an independent, sovereign state of Palestine across 4th of June 1967, with the East Jerusalem as its capital. And Lebanon, the bombardment is still ongoing, killing innocent people, destructing public and private properties, and the mortality of civilians are going up, numbers are going up. And it's making the crisis in Lebanon even worse. The demand is an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and Lebanon, and we need a path to aiming to two-state solutions as soon as possible, with the international auspices and real commitment to embodying the Palestinian state on ground. Also, we need an immediate ceasefire in Lebanon based on enforcing 1701 resolution with all its divisions, applying security on all the borders. So postponing means more blood shed. With the increase of possible expansion, maybe the elected American president will fulfill their needs as soon as possible. Our summit's message is that threat percentage has become unprecedented, and we trust in the wisdom of the summit to address to this unprecedented crisis. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Mohammed Abu Ghait, and I will call Mr. Hussein, the Secretary General of the OIC. The floor is yours.
Prince héritier du royaume d'Arabie Saoudite, le président du Conseil des ministres, Leur Majesté, Altesse, Excellence, Son Excellence, Monsieur Ahmed Perez, secrétaire général. Permettez-moi tout d'abord.
Allow me in the beginning to express my heartfelt thankfulness and gratitude for His Majesty, the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, the Crown Prince and
convoqué ce sommet extraordinaire et accueilli ces assises, et cela témoigne l'intérêt majeur et il porte à la cause du sommet qui se tient où les crimes d'agression militaire et le génocide commis par l'occupation israélienne et en Palestine et au Liban constituent avec toutes ces conséquences néfastes sur leur zone de refuge actuellement. Les menaces qui pèsent sur l'UNRWA, ce qui reste d'entraîner la région dans la guerre de la grande échelle. Toutes ces pratiques constituent une violation flagrante du droit international et des résolutions pertinentes des Nations Unies. À cet égard, nous réitérons la nécessité de mettre en œuvre la résolution 2735 du Conseil de sécurité sur le cessez-le-feu, l'acheminement de l'aide humanitaire vers toutes les parties de la bande de Gaza, le retrait des forces d'occupation israéliennes et les bilans et la peine d'habilitation du groupement palestinien et assurer ses responsabilités dans la bande de Gaza. Nous apprécions également les efforts déployés par le comité ministériel conjoint arabo-islamique en faveur de la cause de la Palestine et souligner l'impact pour poursuivre sur la scène internationale pour mettre fin à l'agression et à l'occupation israélienne, accuser une protection internationale du peuple palestinien, élargir la reconnaissance de l'État de Palestine et de son droit à l'adhésion au statut de membre à part entière des Nations Unies et mettre en œuvre la résolution des deux États, ce qui mènera à la création d'un État palestinien indépendant sur les frontières de 1967 avec pour capitale Al-Quds et Sharif en application des résolutions pertinentes des Nations Unies, en particulier la récente résolution de l'Assemblée générale sur l'avis consultatif de la Cour internationale de justice et de l'initiative de paix arabe. Nous appelons également à un cessez-le-feu immédiat et global au Liban par la mise en œuvre complète des résolutions du Conseil de sécurité, y compris la résolution 1701, tout en réaffirmant la nécessité de préserver l'unité, la sécurité du Liban, ainsi que la souveraineté de l'État libanais sur ses propres frontières reconnues. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. أشكر معالي السيد حسين على كلمته والآن نبدأ جلسة العمل.
Word now will start the summit. I'd like to call Mahmoud Abbas, the Palestinian president, to address the summit. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. those who are being fighted are allowed to fight back, and Allah is able to grant them victory. Your Highness, Your Majesties, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests of leaders and Arab countries, presidents, and in the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, we are here today upon an invitation to address the genocide against our people and the ongoing violation of our property, our theft, and the economic deadlock of our people, then the aggression against Lebanon. And moving to finally the decision against UNRWA, all of this with the support of the US. The Islamic ethical Arab duty imposes on us in front of all of these challenges after the international community failure to halt Israeli occupation makes us have the highest solidarity spirit to, first of all, enforce the UN resolution on the 7th of October to access humanitarian aid and the occupation withdrawal of the Strip. And the Palestinian state will take office with their sovereignty roles, getting back the displaced to their homes to rebuild what is destructed by Israeli, and refusing the Israeli plans to segregate Gaza from Jerusalem, to halt the occupation and the crimes against Palestinian in West Bank. Second of all, calling the General Assembly and the International Court to halt Israel's membership unless they are committed to their signed agreements and the agreements to the international law. Thirdly, calling the world countries to review their ties with the occupation forces and country, because their failure to commit to the international law and targeting UNRWA and Palestinian people. We also call for the enforcement of the General Assembly resolution calling countries to impose sanctions on Israel and limiting ties to that. And we're also demanding that to halt occupation and ending settlements in a year according to the fatwa of International Court. Fourthly, to stand on our responsibility to support Jerusalem and preserve the historic status quo of Christian and Islamic properties. Fifthly, the International Coalition Support started its work recently in Riyadh to embody the state of Palestine, and they're gaining their full membership in the UN and applying the peace initiative. Number 6, the ongoing international mobilization to enable Palestine to support their people and sovereignty and unity, and the Palestinian government support to enforce their programs and impose a pressure on Israel to release our money and providing our own financial network in this moments, and protection of UNRWA, enabling them to continue their work in Palestine, reiterating that we are working on putting programs, mechanisms, committees for Palestinian government to manage Gaza Strip under the sovereignty of the State of Palestine and the liberty of Palestinian Committee. Leaders of Arab and Islamic states in such day of 20 days ago, my brother Yasser Arafat was murdered, and we are following his path, martyrs and winded path to liberate our country, establishing our sovereign Palestine, protecting our people, and we will gain our victory. I thank you, King Salman ibn Abdulaziz, and my brother, Crown Prince Mohammed ibn Salman, for your appreciated effort to embody the Palestinian state as a core of fulfilling peace and stability. And on your hosting of this summit, and I thank you, Highness, Excellencies, our brothers, leaders, for their unwavered stance in supporting our people in this critical moment, and peace be upon all of you. We call King Abdullah, the King of Jordan, to address the summit. The floor is yours. Your ladies, your Excellencies, Highness, peace be upon all of you. I thank the King Salman ibn Abdulaziz Al Saud, and my brother, my Crown Prince Mohammed ibn Salman, and Saudi Arabia for organizing this summit that is being held in unprecedented tragedy, witnessed in the area that is an impetus to move, to halt it. After a year of Israeli invasion to Gaza, of destruction, international law violation, and legitimate resolutions, international community did not prevent Israel, and they continued escalating their violations to West Bank, East Jerusalem, and it sparked a war against Lebanon. These wars have to be stopped, to be ended immediately, to protect innocence and destruction, preventing, pushing the whole region to a comprehensive war. All people will pay its consequences. So how can we address our generations and countries? How to justify the international failure in halting Israeli occupation on Gaza and Lebanon? How can we convince them that the international law exists, protecting all people their right to live without discrimination or differentiating between a country and another? Leaders, we have to intensify our efforts immediately to concentrate on the following: breaking the siege on our people in Gaza to end the humanitarian catastrophe, de-escalating West Bank tensions, and trespassing the holistic properties, jeopardizing the security of the whole area. Support Lebanon sovereignty and its security, halting the war against it, providing all the needs for our brotherly Lebanese people. Finding a real political horizon to solve settle the conflict on the basis of two-state solution, as it's the only path to fulfilling peace, stability, security in the region. My brothers, international community has to take a firm action to de-escalate the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and reaching an immediate ceasefire. We have to move immediately to end the occupation and its consequences of killing, destruction, escalation in the whole region. We don't want words. We need serious actions, tangible effort to end the tragedy, save our people in Gaza, and provide their basic needs. And I call my brothers, my friends, to participate in launching a humanitarian bridge for urgent humanitarian access to Gaza, for anyone who can prevent the war against them, stop the injustice in West Bank and Gaza, fulfill their needs of freedom for our region to regain their stability and security. And peace be upon all of you. Thank you, Mr. King. Thank you, King. And now I call Mr. President Abdel Fattah El-Sisi of Egypt to address the floor. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, Your Majesty, Brother Muhammad ibn Salman Abdel Aziz Al Saud, and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, the Prime Minister, Your Majesty's Highness, Excellencies, Under Secretary of Arab League, Ahmed Abul Ghait, and Sayyid, the General Secretary of OIC, Lady, Your Highness and Excellencies, peace be upon all of you. In the beginning, I'd like to express our gratitude to Saudi Arabia, to the hosting of the extraordinary summit in unprecedented conflict in the region and ongoing aggression for more than a year on West Bank, Gaza, and Lebanon, amidst a shameful inaction to do the minimal actions against in face of the jeopardizing of our international regional security. All people across the world are asking, and they have the right to know what speeches we can say about justice within the ongoing genocide. And we say clearly the region future and the whole and the world future is on a critical, has been critical. And what is going on in Lebanon and Gaza is putting the whole world on edge. Egypt condemns the systemic killing against Gaza. In the name of Egypt, we clearly say that we will stand against any plans targeting settling the Palestinian cause or ending the Palestinian cause, whether by displacing, destructing, killing them, or turning the whole strip into a place that is uninhabited. And we reiterate that the necessary condition to fulfill security, peace, and to turn from regional system based on conflict to another one based on prosperity and security, which is establishing an independent state of Palestine across 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. Your Highness, Excellencies, Majesties, Egypt is committed completely to provide support in our brothers and sisters in Lebanon, supporting the authorities and the bodies of the state, on top of which is the army, to stop aggression, destruction our people, Lebanese people are undergoing, and intensifying the calls to see immediate ceasefire and complete action of 1701 UN resolution. In the end, in closure, I'd like to address not only Islamic and Arab people, but the leaders and presidents of the whole world. I'm telling you that Egypt that took the responsibility of launching peace in the whole region and maintained, despite all challenges, still upholding peace as a strategic and only choice in our region, which is justice-based security and commitment to international law. Despite the tragedy, we still upholding hope and trust that the opportunity is still possible to save the world and our region with the dark era practices and a future titled justice, dignity, prosperity and security. May Allah help us in fulfilling our word with peace, justice, and I thank you for your attention, and peace be upon all of you. Thank you for your address. Now I call the Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan to address the summit. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate.
So far, 50,000 Palestinians are martyred. 70% of them are children and women in the massacres conducted by Israel in Gaza and other Palestinian territories. Politicians and leaders of resilience and our colleagues who are responsible for, from Hamas, responsible for their resistance are also martyrs. And I'd like here also to ask Allah for the mercy on all of the martyrs, and also pray for Allah for the full recovery and speedy recovery for all the victims. Netanyahu government is working on increasing escalation from one side, and from the other side they continue their attacks against Lebanon. Israel is not tolerating or accepting the delivery of the humanitarian aids to Gaza, and all humanitarian aid that are in Egypt now are still there waiting to be entered for months. And while we are focusing on achieving a ceasefire, it is also important to deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza. Turkey so far provided more than 84,000 tons of aid to Gaza. And we are ready to send more when restrictions are uplifted, are lifted. Through the targeting of the UNRWA and preventing the UNRWA from doing their work recently, the Israeli parliament aims at destroying the two-state solution and preventing Palestinian refugees from returning to their home country. Israel's goal is to settle in Gaza and to destroy the Palestinian presence in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, in order to add it to their country at the end of that plan. They move step by step towards this goal, and we should work to prevent them from achieving that. While a number of Western countries provided all kinds of support to Israel, politically, economically, morally, and diplomatically, the Islamic countries were unable to respond, and this led the situation on the ground to reach this devastating conditions. It is very important to be able to continue our efforts in order to achieve decisions against those who commit genocide in Palestine on the basis of the international law and the UN Charter. We cannot allow differences in opinions and stances amongst us to prevent us from working on this joint cause, and we hope from all of our hearts that our brothers in Palestine could achieve national unity amongst themselves, and we encourage this as well. Dear brothers and sisters, we as Muslim countries need and should to take steps, necessary steps against Israel, starting from what is very important, to pose an embargo against Israel in terms of buying arms, and also isolate it internationally and to stop dealing in commerce or trade with them until they stop their aggression. That's why we need to deprive Israel, and this is very important. And Israel also was supported, also including members, the permanent members of the United Nations, have always, 52 countries and international organizations have supported our initiative to stop selling arms and weapons to Israel. And we need to encourage more countries to join this initiative, especially the members of the organization, regarding the cause that was started, or the case that was started by South Africa against Israel. As Turkey, we started posing new trade and commercial restrictions against Israel, and they are now effective, and we are ready and willing to implement all tangible efforts and steps that will be able to make Netanyahu government realize that continuing the aggression will have a lot of implications. The UN General Assembly adopted the Palestinian decision, a resolution, on the 18th of September last year, regarding the implementation of the consultancy or advisory resolution of the International Criminal Court, and I think it is very important to continue monitoring closely the implementation of that decision. Dear brothers, we all think and see that it is impossible to achieve the two-state solution without the approval of the current government of Israel. And in these situations that we are currently witnessing, we need to encourage more countries to recognize the Palestinian state. And in reality, since the 7th of October, 9 other countries have recognized the state of Palestine. And I also think that it is necessary at the same time, to do that. And also, we are all in these circumstances. We need to encourage more countries to recognize the Palestinian state, and we need to encourage more than 90 countries that participated in the International Alliance meeting in Riyadh in the 31st of October towards the two-state solution. We need to encourage them more, and we hope that the Arab League organization and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation will show to the whole world that they have the same voice and the same stance regarding the Palestinian cause. And I hope that all the decisions and resolutions that will be taken by us will be considered and respected by all countries. In conclusion, I hope that all the results and outcomes of this summit will be for good and for the interest of Palestinians and Lebanese, with thanking all those who contributed to the organization of this summit. Thank you.
The Prime Minister. I'd like to thank King Salman and Crown Prince Mohammed ibn Salman Al Abdulaziz, Your Highness, Excellencies, the two Secretary General of Arab League and OIC, the delegation leaders, peace be upon all of you. In the beginning, I'd like to express my gratitude for the invitation of this summit to discuss the ongoing Israeli aggression on Gaza and Lebanon under the directives of King Salman, with the support and effort of the Crown Prince Mohammed and Salman. I address you today from this podium with the name of Lebanon to express the tragedy we live right now. So I'm not talking about Lebanon that you know, with cultural hospitals, touristic areas, and I'm not talking to you about what Lebanon has gone through with crisis and Nakba and what they exerted for the sake of the Arab cause, and what other wars impacts on the war, on the land. So we are talking about a film that has been changing a moment after another in wars, with crimes, with Your Highness, Majesties and Excellencies. Lebanon is going through a critical, unprecedented tragedy threatening their present and future. It's going through under a flagrant occupation, breaching the Geneva and jeopardizing civilians. This aggression is an addition to many infrastructure accumulated crises and challenges in Lebanon, and we cannot, Israel cannot continue its aggression on Lebanon, violating their sovereignty without being responsible or holding accountable. On this podium that is considered a need for security, for stability, for prosperity in the area. We are, from here we address that Lebanon is, that all agree on its sovereignty. This Lebanon, that is the independent, free state with the Arab identity, with its committed to UN Charter, Arab Charter, the founder of many of them, according to many charters across the world. Your Highness, Your Majesty, the Israeli aggression on Lebanon caused humanitarian casualties. The number of casualties exceeded 3,000 martyrs, including more than 750 women and children, and more than 4,000 wounded, including children and women, paramedics and nurses. This escalation caused forcing more than 1.2 million people in few hours, which increased our burden, our shoulder, that is already bearing many crises. This military escalation increasing the tragedy, as according to the latest bank estimate, in finance is about 5 billion, including 3 billion destruction, whether partially or completely, and the financial destruction is $5 billion and $200 million in agriculture, environment, health, and other sectors. And we cannot, and any country can bear this whole destruction, so on its own. So let alone Lebanon, that has been undergoing a financial and economic crisis for 5 years now. I seize this opportunity to express my gratitude for all countries supporting Lebanon, reiterating the ties that gather us all. What gathers us doesn't differentiate or is not separated by any circumstances. Here I'm calling for your call and to stand by us. And I thank you for your for sending humanitarian urgent needs or reliefs. And I call all the countries to respect Lebanese sovereignty, and we are calling to prevent the internal interference and supporting Lebanon as sovereignty and country. And we are waiting for the right moment for the displaced to go back to their home, as Lebanon prepared a transparent program to well host displaced in meeting their essential needs and erecting the schools, to preparing other schools to support, to host them for education, providing necessary humanitarian aid once we reach immediate ceasefire, preparing preparing a program for people to go back to their home. This is why we're launching a fund by the help of countries under the supervision of the UN, spending the assistance to reconstruction based on immediate ceasefire announcement, and putting the main pillars of the sovereignty of Lebanon with the whole complete commitment with the UN resolution of 1701, with the cooperation of international forces to maintain security, and to work on enabling the Lebanese authorities on across the whole region. Today we renew our solidarity to push together to reach an immediate ceasefire and start the enforcement of this resolution as an interest for an ongoing peace. Ladies and Your Highness, the most prominent challenge we have now to Palestinian people that suffer to gain their basic needs. I reiterate again that we need an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and a solution based on a settlement based on two-state solution. Here I reiterate the suggestion of the king of establishing a sovereign state of Palestine and closure, peace be upon all of you, my brothers, from a country under the fire of aggression, lacking mercy, security, and blessing. Peace be upon all of you. Thank Mr. Najib Miqati, and I'll call Mr. Shaukat Madif, the Uzbekistan. The floor is yours. How it goes? How's it going? الكلام بسرعة مش كلهم يعني. So how is it going? Is it clear? Is it clear?
Of international norms and resolutions continues to this day. We are all dismayed by the fact that now the flames of war encompass Lebanon as well. As my colleagues have noted in their statements, these devastating and horrific attacks, which have caused the deaths and thousands of innocent children, women, and elderly are turning into the darkest page of the new history of humanity. One cannot watch without a broken heart how social infrastructure facilities, schools, hospitals, mosques, and even entire cities are turning into ruins, leaving millions of civilians homeless and doomed to hunger and disease. Worst of all, as we all can see, this strategy on the international arena is being approached through double standards. This dramatically increases the potential for spillover of the war and poses a serious threat to international security. Dear participants of the summit, Uzbekistan fully supports all the practical initiatives aimed at addressing the Palestinian-Israeli problem through peace and diplomacy. In this regard, we believe that today's summit will demonstrate common political will and unity, develop effective global and regional mechanisms and specific solutions, and swiftly put them into practice. In first place, here we are referring to the need to drastically increase the role and influence of the United Nations and the Security Council in addressing this long-standing conflict. Immediate cessation of military action, provision of safe humanitarian corridors, and most importantly, the initiation of peace negotiations should be at constant focus. It should be at the constant focus of this universal international structure. Second, on November 15, the long-suffering Palestinian people will celebrate their national day, the Day Declaration of the State of Palestine. I'm confident that this nation with an ancient and rich history has every right to establish an independent and free state within the borders of 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital. In this regard, we fully support the activities of the Global Alliance for implementation of the two-state solution organized at the initiative of Saudi Arabia. Third, in order to prevent an unprecedented humanitarian crisis in Palestine and Lebanon, we need to expand the scope of assistance from our countries and within the framework of leading international organizations. We support increasing the necessary assistance to the activities of UNRWA, and the other United Nations institutions which have great experience. In this regard, we express our readiness to provide free medical care to war-affected Palestinian children and women in Uzbekistan's hospitals. We also intend to discuss the issue of extending practical assistance to the Palestinian people at the forthcoming GCC Central Asia Summit in Samarkand next year. Fourth, as part of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, we should attach great attention to ensuring the sanctity and preservation of the Holy Al-Aqsa Mosque and other unique historical and cultural cities in Jerusalem. Dear heads of delegations, I hope that our extraordinary meeting today will be a big step towards addressing the Middle East problem. I pray to Allah Almighty to bestow peace and tranquility upon the world and further strengthen the unity of our Ummah. Thank you for your kind attention.
And I call President Bashar al-Assad of Syria to address the summit. The Crown Prince and the King of Saudi Arabia, Your Highness and Excellencies, will not talk about the Palestinian historic rights and its uphold, or the solidarity and the resilience of the Lebanese and Palestinian people, and our immediate support and the resistance role of what they provided with martyrs and icons. We'll not talk about the Israeli occupation and the international turning from supporting the Israeli to becoming a accomplice. So that will not add anything new to what we already know in our world. So our summit, a year ago we met and expressed and condemned and cried a year ago, and from a year the crime is still ongoing. So we're not here to repeat the history, but rather to change the future. Last year we reiterated of civilian protection and to ceasefire. The outcome was millions and thousands of murders and millions of displacement. We also launched a peace initiative. The response was more crimes against Palestinians. We also participated in peace process in Madrid, so our peace was impetus for their settlements. And this is not a wrongdoing in directives, but deficiency in tools. Our tools is language, their tools is killing. We provide peace, so we gain blood. Outcomes are alone are a reason to remove tools, but the change of outcome that we are all seek needs a replacement of tools and existed mechanism that is in vain. We agree on all base. So how can we turn them to reality? We need to determine our outcomes, our goals, to determine our tools to fulfill them, to determine the targeted position or targeted people, to change from words to tangible reality. So when tackling the rights of Palestinian people, so how can we tackle its value without having the basic needs of living? So it means the importance of work to regain the legitimate rights. The priority will be for immediate halting of genocide and ethnical cleansing. In regards to tools, proposing that we as grassroots and leaders, people, obtain them. And what we need is the decision to use them in case the occupation refused to implement what is within the statement, which is expected, and to determine our goals, which is coming up or going up one more time. So we have to determine our executive plan or work plan or action plan. Otherwise, we will be indirect complicits to the genocide, because we are not dealing with a sovereign state, but rather a killing machines. And it's incorrect to say that the problem is in a current government, extreme government, and terrified people of what took place on the 7th of October. All of them are working on the same way with schizophrenic killing mindset. Those are the target or our aim or our summit and the challenge we have. This is when it comes the core of our summit, that I hope it is successful, and to agree on taking right actions in order to avoid tackling the addressing thieves with humanitarian words and killers with law. in order to save Lebanese and Palestinian people that paid the price of in humanitarian actions for decades. I thank Bashar al-Assad for his speech. Now I call the Malaysian Prime Minister to address the floor.
I wish to extend my profound gratitude to His Majesty Bin Salman Abdulaziz and Your Royal Highness.
مستفزين جدا. الصوت واطي مش سامع حاجة.
أنا خليتها تعليه لك.
محطوط هنا.
هو ده مين بقى؟
I concur with the many excellent points and recommendations made by fellow leaders. Their views reflect a united voice of the Muslim Ummah, born out of the surge of shared conviction among our people. We acknowledge that the circumstances confronting the Muslim world and the Ummah has been most trying and challenging. Yet, it is indeed highly commendable that painstaking efforts have been made and continue to be made, including summits such as this, so as to find ways and means to put an end to violence, destruction, and misery brought on the Palestinian people and to relieve their long and untold suffering. Israel no longer belongs within the civilized community of nations, and its barbarism demands nothing less than decisive action to safeguard not just the Middle East, but the entire global order. 50 years ago, the world was so horrified by the atrocities in South Africa that the United Nations General Assembly took the unprecedented step of denying its government a seat of the assembly. Israel, however, has gone beyond the pale, beyond reason, beyond humanity itself in its vile and blatant perpetration of genocide of the people of Palestine. These acts of violence against an entire nation leaves us with no choice but to demand the swift and effective action of the international community, including embargo, suspension, and even expulsion. In its relentless campaigns, Israel has now struck at the very heart of the international community's lifeline for Palestine by targeting the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees. By barring UNRWA from operating, Israel is causing the collapse of the world's humanitarian response, cutting off the most basic means of survival in Gaza for those who have already lost so much. We must put an end to this continued senseless carnage and take immediate steps to furnish more effective protection for the UNRWA. We must accord better protection for the UN peacekeepers in Lebanon, comprising nearly 50 nations, including Malaysia, who have been attacked and terrorized by Israeli forces. The international community must act swiftly and forcefully. As an immediate measure, we must push, as Malaysia did at the UN General Assembly in September, to impose an immediate arms embargo against Israel. Nevertheless, the severity of Israel's assault on humanity's most basic rules of international compact deserves consideration of a more serious response. For the sake of not only the Palestinian but humanity itself, we must punish and deter Israel's repeated violations of international law and norms. We should therefore build a consensus towards suspending or even expelling Israel from the United Nations itself. Israel's trail of atrocities has already spread into Lebanon, Yemen, Syria, Iraq, and Iran. If the world turns away now, this violence will not remain contained. It will ignite a fire that threatens to engulf the entire region and the rest of the world. At the end of the day, the most aspects of our concern are the victims. It is therefore imperative that we redouble current efforts to help rebuild Gaza from the ruins of destruction. Of crucial importance is implementing the plans without any undue delay. We must draw a line in the sand, not only as Muslims, but as fellow humans, united and bound by our fragile mortality and committed to a simple truth, a wish for a safer, kinder world for our children and the generations to come. Thank you.
Anwar Ibrahim for your words, and I now call Mohammed ibn Wald al-Sheikh al-Ghazawani, the President of Mauritania, to address the summit. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad and his companions. Your Highness, King Mohammed ibn Salman Abdulaziz Al Saud, and your Crown Prince, the Prime Minister, Your Highness, Excellencies, peace be upon all of you. In the beginning, I'd like to congratulate and express my gratitude for King Mohammed ibn Salman, for King Salman, and for Crown Prince Mohammed ibn Salman, of what effort exerted to support the Palestinian cause, among many other things, and their keenness to hold the summit to follow the outcomes of the last summit, evaluate the year's outcomes. Despite the outcome of the last summit on Gaza of demanding immediate ceasefire, humanitarian access to devastated Palestinian people, and what we worked on are the initiatives. Despite all of this, Israel is still violating flagrantly the humanitarian law. Moreover, it expanded the war zone to Lebanon, and it did not, the international community pressures did not succeed, and the Arab and Islamic efforts also did not succeed in reaching an agreement to halt the ceasefire. So halting immediate ceasefire and enabling Palestinian people of having independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital is a priority condition to fulfill a prolonged peace in the region, and also the gaining the people's trust in the authorities and bodies of the world. Your Highness and Excellencies, in Mauritania, we reiterate our decry, our denouncement of what Israel is practicing in Gaza from destruction and demolishing, reiterating our uphold to immediate ceasefire in order to fulfill two-state solutions according to relevant, legitimate resolutions. And we also reiterate our complete solidarity to Lebanese people of what they are experiencing of flagrant aggression, and calling for immediate ceasefire, supporting initiatives in this regard. In our summit today, that we hope it is successful, which reflects our trust in intensifying efforts to stop the aggression on Lebanese and Palestinian people. And we also need to intensify and reiterate that upholding our brothers' right in their regions, something that is indismissible. Thank you for your words, Mr. President. Now I call Mr. President of Senegal. The floor is yours, sir. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. Avant tout propos, je voudrais rendre grâce à Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala pour la faveur qu'il nous accorde de nous réunir ici au Royaume d'Arabie Saoudite pour nous concerter sur la grave situation en Palestine et au Liban. Je remercie vivement le roi et le prince héritier Mohammed Ben Salman pour l'accueil et l'hospitalité qui nous ont été réservés. C'est également l'occasion de rendre à nouveau un hommage aux serviteurs des deux mosquées pour les nombreuses initiatives en faveur des valeurs islamiques de paix et de tolérance, mais aussi de solidarité. Mesdames, Messieurs, depuis le 7 octobre 2023, jour des attaques menées par le Hamas et d'autres groupes armés, le peuple palestinien, dont les territoires sont depuis longtemps occupés de manière illégale par Israël, endure des violences d'une intensité inouïe dans sa quête de liberté et de dignité. Plus de 43 000 Palestiniens ont perdu la vie dans ce conflit et les blessés se comptent par dizaines de milliers, en majorité des femmes et des enfants. Parmi les victimes figurent des secouristes palestiniens, des journalistes, ainsi que plus de 230 employés des Nations Unies fauchés dans l'exercice de leurs devoirs humanitaires. Aujourd'hui, la bande de Gaza est dévastée par les opérations militaires israéliennes, couvrant plus de 80% de son territoire, avec des ordres d'évacuation forcés. Près de 2 millions de personnes se retrouvent déplacées, sans ressources et souvent sans abri, abandonnées à une situation de détresse indescriptible. Devant cette tragédie, les territoires palestiniens occupés, y compris Jérusalem-Est, vivent sous un régime de terreur et de violence extrême qui brise des vies, dissout des familles et piétine le droit international. Ce sont des violations graves et systématiques du droit humanitaire, des atteintes inadmissibles aux droits humains qui, sous nos yeux, prennent la forme d'un nettoyage ethnique et d'un génocide. Nous ne pouvons pas rester silencieux face à de tels actes, contraires aux valeurs les plus élémentaires de la dignité humaine. Nous devons agir pour réaffirmer que ces attaques et exactions d'Israël ne sont pas de simples actes de guerre. Nous devons exiger donc un cessez-le-feu immédiat, une réponse ferme pour mettre un terme à cette spirale de violence qui étend ses tentacules au Liban. Il est consternant de constater l'inaction du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies devant ces violations répétées. Ce manque de réaction ne compromet pas seulement l'espoir d'un cessez-le-feu, mais affaiblit la crédibilité même de cette institution censée garantir la paix et la sécurité mondiale. Face au cuisant échec moral du Conseil de sécurité, une mobilisation plus conséquente de la Oumma islamique par des actes concrets est devenue un impératif. Ce conflit représente une menace non seulement pour la stabilité régionale, mais pour l'ensemble de la Oumma islamique et de la communauté internationale. Permettre la perpétuation de ces injustices, c'est miner les fondations du multilatéralisme et compromettre l'intégrité du système qui doit protéger la vie humaine et défendre la dignité. C'est pourquoi le Sénégal appelle à une condamnation ferme des menaces proférées par Israël contre l'ONU et son secrétaire général, ainsi que les nouvelles lois adoptées par la Knesset pour entraver les opérations de l'ONU. Elles constituent une violation flagrante de la Charte des Nations Unies que nous partageons tous et des conventions internationales protégeant les droits des réfugiés. Par solidarité et pour la poursuite vitale des opérations de l'ONU dans les territoires palestiniens occupés, l'OCI devrait demander la révocation immédiate des lois israéliennes illégales. Mesdames, Messieurs, Une véritable paix et durable entre Israël et Palestine ne pourra être atteinte que par une solution politique. Celle-ci devra être fondée sur le principe de deux États existants côte à côte dans des frontières sûres et internationalement reconnues, avec Jérusalem-Est comme capitale de la Palestine, assortie d'un règlement équitable pour les réfugiés. À l'approche de la Journée internationale de solidarité avec le peuple palestinien, ainsi que cette année, nous célébrons le 26 novembre, nous devons plus que jamais intensifier notre engagement pour le plein recouvrement des droits du peuple palestinien. Cette journée sera un moment de deuil pour honorer les victimes, mais aussi un appel pressant à mettre fin aux violences israéliennes contre le peuple palestinien et à œuvrer pour un avenir où la paix et la justice vont enfin triompher. L'heure est critique. Nous devons ici et maintenant unir nos voix et nos efforts dans un esprit de solidarité et de fraternité islamique pour que cessent les souffrances du peuple palestinien, que notre détermination soit ferme et que notre action soit résolue. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
أشكر فخامة الرئيس بشير جوامي جخرفاي على كلمته.
For your address. Now I call Mr. Imam Ali Rahman, President of Tajikistan, to address the summit. The floor is yours.
و رهبران هیئت‌ها شدت گرفتن زد و خوردهای مسلحانه و تمایل توسعه میدانی آنها همچنین پیچیده‌تر شدن بحران بشری در منطقه باعث نگرانی عمیق ما گردیده است. پیامدهای فاجعه‌بار عملیات‌های حربی در نوار غزه و لبنان منطقه را در رویاروی بحران بی سابقه گومانیتری قرار دادند. با در نظر داشت این حالت ما قرار پارلمان اسرائیل را درباره منع
We consider the decision of the Israel Parliament to suspend the activity of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees, the UNRWA, as a blatant violation of the international law. We once again call on all parties involved in the conflict to resolve all disputes solely through dialogue and diplomatic means, referring to the recognized principles and norms of the international law, particularly the United Nations Charter. In this process, we do also support the reinforcement of the leading role of the United Nations and any other efforts made by other influential international organizations, including the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, to restore stability in the region. Meanwhile, with the aim to prevent a protracted war in the Middle East, we urge all countries in the region and the world to take effective actions in the spirit of solidarity, mutual trust, and constructiveness. We believe that the real solution to the Palestinian conflict and building just and lasting peace in the region is only possible through the implementation of the United Nations resolutions. Those are calling for the establishment of an independent and sovereign state of Palestine. Tajikistan firmly supports the establishment of the State of Palestine with its capital as Jerusalem, East Jerusalem, based on the borders of 1967. This is the path through which the Palestinian people can exercise their legitimate national rights as an independent subject of the international community based on recognized principles of interstate relations. In this context, it is critical that we give more support with our further efforts to restart the multilateral dialogue process aimed at achieving a resolution to the conflict. It is regrettable that the efforts of the United Nations in this direction are not yielding results. The UN Security Council is unable to achieve a common position due to differing opinions, even regarding the adoption of a resolution aimed at protecting the lives of the peaceful population. Although conflicts and bloodshed in this Middle Eastern region have reached their height, we see no serious and impactful actions taken by the relevant parties to end the conflict. Furthermore, individual parties have adopted ambivalent position and kept silence, ignoring the humanitarian disaster currently unfolding in the Gaza Strip. Alongside this, we express our full and strong support for the continuous attention of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation to this issue and its efforts to help the people of Palestine and Lebanon. At this stage, it is necessary for the member states of the OIC to take effective measures based on a targeted humanitarian plan to provide essential and urgent assistance to the people of Palestine. Tajikistan has contributed to this effort as much as possible and is strongly committed to continue its utmost in the future. Tajikistan's proposal at the last session of the United Nations General Assembly regarding the adoption of a special resolution to declare the decade of strengthening peace for the future generations aims at promoting peace and peaceful resolutions of global challenges. I believe that the outcomes of today's summit will facilitate remarkably to the resolution of the Palestinian case and prevent any provocative actions that could drag the countries of the region into conflict and blaze of fire. In conclusion, I would like to extend profound gratitude and appreciation for the host, the brotherly Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for the traditional warm hospitality and excellent organization of this important summit. Thank you very much for your attention. I'd like to thank His Excellency, the President of Tajikistan, for his speech. And now I invite His Excellency, the President of Syria, for delivering his speech.
Excellencies, Highnesses, Honorable Heads of State, Honorable Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We have gathered here again to affirm the unity of and solidarity of our Ummah. Unfortunately, when we assembled here 1 year ago, we were demanding an end to violence against the people of Palestine, and our demands were not met. Instead, the hostiles in the Middle East have expanded. At this critical time, I would like to express my gratitude to the custodian of the two holy mosques, the King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud and the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, for creating conditions to hold today's gathering to address the situation and find solutions. The Kyrgyz people share the sorrow of all Palestinian and Lebanese citizens who have suffered from irreparable losses as a result of this conflict, including families who have lost their loved ones in the violent clashes. Honorable heads of delegations, Kyrgyzstan recognizes the legitimate right of the Brazilian Palestinian people to independence and the establishment of a sovereign state. We believe that peace cannot be achieved in this region until the independent state of Palestine with its own land and full-fledged government is established. The loss of innocent lives, including thousands of children, adolescents and women, along with the large-scale attacks on civilian infrastructure, schools, hospitals and homes, must be widely condemned by the international community. As mentioned in the Holy Quran, whoever saves a life it is as if he saves all mankind. Therefore, I believe we must collectively take concrete steps to end the bloodshed in Gaza Strip, stop the death of innocent people, and prevent the unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe unfolding there. In this regard, we support the efforts made by the global coalition initiated by our brotherly nation Saudi Arabia to implement the two-state solution. Honorable heads of delegations, to prevent this crisis from spreading across the entire Middle East, we urge coordinated efforts on the following specific steps. First, to call on the United Nations Security Council and the General Assembly on behalf of the international community to take decisive measures to stop the violence in the Gaza Strip and resolve the conflict there. Second, to support and assist the international efforts led by Egypt, Qatar, and the United States aimed at bringing the conflicting parties to the negotiating table and implementing the two-state solution. Third, in light of the approaching winter season, we call on the governments of Israel to open border crossing to allow humanitarian aid to reach the people of Gaza. Kyrgyzstan has provided humanitarian aid in its turn to alleviate the suffering of the brothers and sisters in the Gaza Strip. On several occasions, we continuously continue our efforts to extend this support. Fourth, to call for the revitalization of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency of Palestine refugees in the Near East. Fifth, to work towards the recognition of the State of Palestine and East Jerusalem as its capital and its full membership in the United Nations, as well as to activate efforts with countries that have not yet recognized it. Honorable heads of states and delegations, honorable Muslim brothers and sisters, in the eyes of Allah Almighty, humans' life and blood are sacred. Therefore, in today's reality, we all bear responsibility before the Creator for every spilled drop of human blood. With this sense of responsibility, I call on us to extend all possible support to the struggling people of Palestine and work together to improve the situation in the region. For its part, the Kyrgyz Republic will continue to support all efforts aimed at achieving just and lasting peace throughout the Middle East. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
أشكر فخامة الرئيس صدير كلمته والآن أدعو
and I'd like to call President Bola Ahmed of Nigeria to address the floor. Go ahead, please.
Your Excellencies, Your Majesty, the King El-Sisi Al-Saad, the custodians of the two holy mosques, for convening this summit. I thank the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom. Your ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Salamu Alaikum. It is with profound sense of duty that I call before you as we work to end the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and realize the two-state solution. This is urgent and very urgent. Conflict in Palestinian homeland has persisted for too long, inflicting immeasurable suffering on countless lives. As representative of nations that value justice, dignity, and the sanctity of human life, we have a moral obligation to collectively bring about immediate end to this conflict. It is not enough to issue condemnations. The work must work towards an end to this aggression in Gaza. which has persisted for too long, human lives, as you have heard, has been lost. No security concern should come at the expense of many innocent lives. In a rule-based international order, states have the right of self-defense. But self-defense must take opportunity, proportionality into account in line with global legal, diplomatic, and moral framework. An entire civilian population in their dreams and futures cannot be dismissed as collateral. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Majesties, the two-state solution stands as a beacon of hope. I agree, representing the right of both Israelis and Palestinians to self-determination and peace. It is not just a diplomatic article of faith, it is a vision grounded in principle of quality and mutual recognition. Achieving this vision requires a commitment to dialogue and deal-making in respect for history. We know this conflict did not begin in October 2023. It can only be resolved through principled compromise based on appreciation of the proper context. The conflict in the cradle of history is so visceral that the ripples of this division spread far and quickly. The corrosive impact of images of endless violence repeated on a billion smartphones around the world is huge. We need to find a new pathway to peace without delay. Nigeria has always championed the cause of peace and cooperation among nations. Our own experiences, domestically and regionally, have taught us that identity politics are no substitute for respecting the nuances of diversity. The path to reconciliation may be fraught with challenges, but it is through honest conversation and deal-making that we can foster understanding. The international community has the opportunity to bear the new resolution. Your Highnesses, let us forget the human cost of this conflict. We must prioritize the voices of the families torn apart. The children who grew up in fear and the communities that for long rescue for stability. It is our responsibility to advocate for their rights, build a future where their dreams are no longer stifled by nightmare. I call upon all of us to come together in solidarity, to stand firm in our resolve, and to work towards peaceful coexistence, free from fear and violence. Together we can turn the vision of a two-state solution into reality. I say until then, we cannot relent. Finally, Nigeria calls for a creation of a dedicated secretariat. Thank you, Our Royal Majesty. Please do this on a long-term basis so that the selected head of government who travel globally can first support, oversee the implementation of the summit's resolution and provide regular report to joint OIC and Arab leadership until permanent peace is achieved. So I submit. I thank you all for listening. Salam alaikum.
Thank His Excellency Mr. Bolin Ahmed Dedgono for his speech. أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو المعالي الآن نتوقف لفترة استراحة لمدة 30 دقيقة.
For a rest, for a 30 minutes rest of lunch, and then we will go on with the summit.
Continue the implementation of the steps included in our last communique during the last summit, and to enhance this, supposed adding more steps that is in alignment with trying to stop the forces of occupation, in which the International Court of Justice issued a decision that was supported by the United Nations and was also supported by the different peoples of the world in an unprecedented situation, and to send unified message against the crimes of the Israeli government touching the sovereignty of other nations in the region. The people of our nation and different nations is asking about the viability of the international system. If it's capable of stopping that aggression in Gaza, it's not longer a genocide, but it's a matter of dispute and expanding the circle of violence to reach Lebanon. And some justify and try not to condemn. The brother, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Saud, the Prime Minister, the Crown Prince, I highly appreciate your efforts and extend my thanks to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well as the King of Saudi Arabia for this exceptional and historical effort that led us to this summit, and ask Allah Almighty to help us achieve success as we are required to remain committed to the peace and security in the region, and to refuse the individual solutions, and to provide protection for the Palestinian people, and peace be upon you.
Thank you, Mohammed Yunus Al-Manfi, the head of state. And now I would like to ask for Abdel Fattah Al-Burhan of Sudan, transitional head of state. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thanks to God and peace be upon
صاحب السمو الملكي
His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, Your Majesty and heads of states, Your Excellencies, heads of delegations, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Although what we are going through in our country of challenges, I made sure that I come to this summit because we are in Sudan keen, and we like the co-effort and to work with all the countries and the institutions to provide peace and for our nations and countries, and that if it didn't happen without the work and the true intentions to fix these issues. We are coming on this conference, and the previous one in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with the first meeting that is a blessing of Saudi Arabia and comes at the right time. And in this context, I would like to assure, with the name of the country of Sudan and the nation, to the consolidation with Palestine, and that is just for their just cause and their independent country with their capital of East Jerusalem, and we would like to assure that the continuous peace will not be able without repelling Israel occupation for all the Arabic nations, including Julan in Syria, according to the resolutions of the Security Council and what mentioned in the Arab Peace Initiative that was in 2002, and we'd like to include our voice with you all to call on the international community to fasten the solution, the two countries solution, and to stop the conflict at the area, and to make sure of the humanitarian aid to arrive and for the displaced people. Dear guests, I'm sure that you followed what the militias in Sudan that target the Sudanese nation and the Sudanese population in violation to the humanitarian law and committing crimes that are no less than what we see in Gaza by Israel and in Lebanon. And I would like to assure you, dear guests, that the Sudan population, with their history and their heritage, and with the support of their fellow countries, they will be able to reach peace. In conclusion, I would like to restate the gratitude for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for serving the Islamic Arabic issues, and I would like to say from this place that we are ready to work with both Arab and Islamic worlds and all the peaceful countries from the international community to work together to put a limit to all the conflicts in our region and the world. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I'd like to extend my deep thanking General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan for his speech, and now I'd like to call Mr. Mohammed Shaya, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq, to deliver his speech. Many thanks. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the compassionate, the merciful, don't feel down if you are totally believers. Distinguished delegates, peace and blessings be upon all of you. I'd like to express my deep thanking and profound gratitude to the custodian of the two holy mosques, the King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and to the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince and the Prime Minister of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We are here today in order to highlight the Palestinian question with all its directions, dimensions, and the setbacks of the Palestinian people throughout the pages of history and throughout the ages of darkness and the violence against Lebanon. After more than 1 year since what has happened in October 7, 2023, today that was impacted by a lot of the people as the starting point of conflict, declining that since ages and ages from the violence, aggression, and against human rights against the Palestinian, and also the does not respect for the international agreements, and also thousands of murders, most of them from women and children. Their poor houses have been demolished, and even their camps have been demolished. Their only sin is just the fight for land, the same as all in us who are in this hall are totally abide by their own rights. With regarding to the international community, with all its institutions and great powers, failed to de-escalate and to stop the genocide and the heinous crime against Gaza. And such a failure has exacerbated the violence, to include Lebanon as well, the country with its sovereignty state, and also Israel is attacking it, surpassing all the moral and all the international community agreements. Iraq was and is still calling for a stopping of such escalation, and since the eruption of conflict in Gaza has warned from the escalation in this violence, because we are at stake to witness a war to include the whole region, and this will lead to a very decisive economic ramification, especially this region is considered the source of energy. And also it is very necessary to highlight and reiterate the Palestinian rights to live and for land. And we are reiterate our stance and our situation that this is a justified cause, and no one ever to surrender or to enter into agreements on behalf of the Palestinian people. We are still supporting the establishing of Palestine with its Jerusalem as its capital. Distinguished delegates, in this conference we are speaking a frank language. What is requested from us is to have a strong and decisive stance with all its credibility to stop this war and to stop the suffering by the Palestinian and the Lebanese people. And also it is necessary for all the Arab and Islamic nations and states to provide relief, because we are very committed to relieve our people in Palestine and Lebanon. This is our own responsibility, being humans and being fraternity. And Iraq is reiterating as well the launching of initiative to establish a fund, an Islamic and Arab fund, to restructure Gaza and Lebanon, and also to face the comprehensive destruction and to support all the people, and also to save humanity. Now it's time to move being civilized and also towards the economic interest in a world of such alliances and such economic groups. So it's a time for the brothers and sister governments to instill the human principles for more than 1.5 billion of Muslims, that their shrines and the mosques have been demolished and detrified. And also we shouldn't be warned, because such violence can touch us. So may Allah show mercy to the people of the Palestinian and people, and also this shame will touch and will follow anyone who is supporting those who are doing injustice. And peace and blessings be upon all of you.
I thank the Prime Minister of Iraq for his speech, and I would like to invite the Kuwait to take the floor.
آل سعود ولي
Crown Prince of and the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Your Excellencies, dear brothers, Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, Your Excellency Secretary General of the Arab League, Mr. Ahmed Abul Ghait, Your Excellency Hussein Ibrahim Taha, the Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, peace be upon you all. It is my honor in the beginning to communicate to you the greetings from His Highness the Prince of Riyadh of Kuwait State, Sheikh Muslah As-Sabah. May Allah protect him to all of you, and I'd like also to communicate to you his wishings of success for this summit, with what's good for the interests of our Muslim and Arab nations, in a way that will lead to the security and peace of the region and its peoples. It is also my pleasure to express to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, its leadership, government, and people, to express my gratitude and thankfulness for all of you, for your hospitality and generosity, and I'd like to express my appreciation and gratitude for the Kingdom's great efforts in organizing the joint extraordinary Arab-Islamic Summit as a continuation of the previously convened extraordinary Islamic Arab joint summit in 2023. I'd like also to thank both the OIC and the Arab Islamic League for the preparation of this important summit. Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, our gathering comes here again on the lands of the two holy mosques to answer a kind and generous invitation from His Majesty, the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the King of Saudi Arabia, the sisterly country. May Allah protect him. And while we're speaking, the Israeli occupation is still burdening the shoulders of the Muslim and Arab nations since 1948, spreading in its body like cancer, conducting double standards in the implementation of charters, international charters, resolutions, and related rules, which led to the exacerbation of conflicts and the destruction of peace and safety. And all of our countries have warned against that for several years. What we witness currently in Gaza and the rest of the occupied lands of Palestine in terms of genocide conducted by the government of Israel against our brotherly people of Palestine, targeting all kinds of life systematically, targeting civilians and preventing the delivery of humanitarian aid and imposing forceful displacement of people, and also trying to change the legal and social composition of the city of Jerusalem. This urges us to put an end to these violations. Parallelly, we are currently witnessing the brutal violence of Israel against the sovereignty of the brotherly country of Lebanon, targeting its people and all those living on these lands, including the UNIFIL forces in clear violation of the international rules and regulations and the international law, which urges the international community to be in solidarity with the Lebanese government to enable the Lebanese government to take control of the land and the people, and also to implement the UN Resolution 1701. Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, it is a necessity for this summit to express and communicate a clear message for the United Nations and especially for the UN Security Council to assume responsibility and to grant against trust in the role and responsibilities of the international community that is now at the brink, and to take a decisive decision that will lead to an immediate ceasefire and to provide international protection for innocent civilians, and to open safe corridors for the delivery of humanitarian aid in an immediate manner, and to stop dealing or transacting with the Israeli occupation and considering it as above the law and considering them as defending themselves. Kuwait urges for the implementation of accountability and not escaping justice, and to be implementing the decision of the International Court of Justice regarding the implications of what the Israeli occupation forces are doing in the land of Palestine. In this standpoint, Kuwait condemns Israel for preventing the UNRWA from doing their work in the occupied territories of Palestine, and also Kuwait condemns and rejects targeting UNRWA and targeting Israelis' efforts to deny the refugees their right to return, and regarding the efforts that aim at protecting international peace and safety and the United Nations aims and noble resolutions. In order to do so, Kuwait announces our full support for all efforts exerted by Qatar, by Egypt, by the United States, the sisterly countries, in order to achieve a ceasefire. And we also commend the efforts of the Ministerial Committee that was the result of the previous summit. Kuwait announces again our support for the International Alliance for the implementation of the two-state solution led by the sisterly country of Saudi Arabia, reaffirming the brave steps taken by a number of our friendly countries to recognize the state of Palestine, encouraging the whole world and all other friendly countries who believe in fairness and the principle of justice to take similar steps in order to enable the Palestinian state to take full membership in the United Nations organizations. It is also my pleasure to commend all the efforts that aimed and led to the coordination mechanism between the League of Arab States and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation and the African Union in order to support the Palestinian cause. In conclusion, Kuwait stresses our historic and steadfast stance in order to support our brotherly people of Palestine in order to restore their legitimate rights and to resist that occupation and to establish their independent state on Palestine, their territories, as per the 1967 borders, according to the international rules and resolutions and related governance. And peace be upon you all. Thank you very much.
أشكر صاحب السمو الشيخ صباح خالد الحمد الصباح.
I'd like to thank Sheikh Sabah Hamd al-Sabah for his speech, and now the speeches for His Excellency the President of Maldives.
والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Sayyid Abdulaziz Abdul Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Your Excellency Mr. Ahmed Abdul Ghaid, Secretary General of the League of Arab States, Your Excellency Hussein Ibrahim Taha, Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, Your Majesties, Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I commend the custodian of the two holy mosques, His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and His Royal Highness for Saudi Arabia's exemplary leadership in convening this timely summit. Saudi Arabia's unwavering dedication to renewing our collective resolve and inspiring decisive action stands as a beacon of hope for the entire Ummah. Under your guidance, the Kingdom has consistently championed unity and solidarity among our nations, reinforcing the bonds that tie us together. The foresight, the wisdom and relentless commitment of Saudi Arabia as the leader of the Islamic world in addressing the challenges faced by Muslims worldwide is truly commendable. The Kingdom's efforts in forging a global alliance for the implementation of the two-state solution demonstrates a profound dedication to justice and self-determination for the Palestinian people. We also recognize the pivotal role of Saudi Arabia and the core group of nations that have come together to support Palestine's pursuit of freedom and dignity. The Maldives commends the work of the Ministerial Committee mandated by last year's summit for galvanizing international support and building consensus towards an end to the violence. Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, enough is enough. These are the words that have echoed at every gathering on every platform, not just over the past 13 months, but for decades. Decades of terror, destruction, and injustice inflicted upon the Palestinian people. Israel's brutal occupation and ongoing genocide has caused unimaginable deaths, destruction, and suffering. Nearly 50,000 Palestinians and thousands more in Lebanon have been killed in the past year alone. Each death is a tragedy. Families torn apart, children orphaned and alone, dreams buried under the rubble, future vanished before their eyes. We cannot continue like this. Our statements, our condemnations have rung hollow. They have not been met with the necessary actions by those who hold power. The actions of the powerful nations demonstrate that they don't even recognize that the lives of the Palestinians are as valuable as other human lives. Their continued silence and inaction only enable Israel's brutal occupation and apartheid to persist. The international community, particularly those wielding significant political and economic influence, has failed the people of Palestine. The veto power within the UN Security Council continues to paralyze meaningful action. allowing war crimes to go on unpunished, and enabling the steady flow of arms that fuel this genocide. Let's be clear, you cannot call for peace while supplying the weapons of war and the means of oppression. An increasing number of nations have recognized the state of Palestine, but solidarity is more than just words. The international community must step up their support, both financial and political. Every step towards action, whether it's small or big, matters. The Maldives has filed a declaration of intervention at the International Court of Justice in support of South Africa's case against Israel based on the application of the Genocide Convention. This is a critical move to hold aggressors accountable, for international law must not be selective. The Maldives has also joined calls urging the Security Council to halt arms sales to Israel. We reiterate our rejection of Israel's outrageous decision to dismantle UNRWA. For 75 years, UNRWA has been a lifeline for Palestinian refugees. We call on every nation to express their support to UNRWA, including through financial support. Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, the plight of the Palestinian people is a wound that strikes at the heart of our Ummah. As the leader of the Islamic world, Saudi Arabia has shown the way forward by championing unity and solidarity. It is now incumbent upon all Muslim and Arab nations to work together under Saudi Arabia's leadership to push for meaningful change. If we as an Ummah do not act decisively now, history will judge us harshly. Let this summit be the turning point where our resolve transforms into real action. For every life lost, for every silenced voice, let us stand firm for justice. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
أشكر فخامة رئيس المالديف على
Thank you for
رئيس مجلس القيادة الرئاسي.
The chair of the Presidential Council of Yemen to deliver his speech. Your Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, the Crown Prince, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the Arab League, Mr. Ahmed Abul Ghait, Your Excellency, the Secretary General Hussein Ibrahim Taha, the Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Allow me in the beginning to express my gratitude and thankfulness for the sisterly country of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, led by His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, for inviting us in this important summit and for its steadfast stance to protect and preserve the national security and the causes of the nations. Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, after a whole year since the convening of the last Arab Islamic Joint Summit regarding the Israeli aggression that is still unfolding on the territories of Palestine, increasing killing and expansion in their military operations, targeting the sovereignty of Lebanon and putting all of the region at the brink of military confrontation that threatens unprecedentedly the region towards war. Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, the Republic of Yemen expresses our steadfast stance in support of our brotherly people of Palestine to establish their independent state, and we support Lebanon and Lebanese government to achieve a ceasefire and to protect the interests of their people and to enhance the interests of their country and the country's organizations and their sovereignty on all of their lands according to international legitimacy resolutions. In this summit, we also condemn the militias, the Houthi militias, practices that exacerbated all of the crises in our nation and the region and led to the militarization of our regional waters in order to serve the expansion activities and efforts in the region. Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, it is important to have accumulation of the strategic efforts exerted by the Joint Arab Islamic Summit last year in order to build through the integrated work of Arabs and Muslims in order to establish the solution of the two states and to provide it with more momentum in order to provide more support internationally in order to respond and to meet the expectations of the Palestinian people. The ministerial committee that was established a year ago enhanced the presence in the international stages, which led to the United Nations General Assembly considering Palestine as a member state in the UN General Assembly, and also led to the announcement of Saudi Arabia in cooperation with other countries, the launching of the International Alliance for the Two-State Solution. Muslim and Arab countries are aiming to continue supporting Palestinians and to achieving a ceasefire and to provide humanitarian aid as a priority. However, we still need to exert more efforts in order to achieve such goals, in addition to enlisting the Lebanese file within our diplomacy in order to protect the sovereignty and independency of this dear country. Your Highnesses, Your Excellency, our work through this summit establishes a new path in the international diplomacy based on realistic work in order to stop and prevent violence and paths of violence. So it is important to enhance this experience and to benefit from its collective mechanisms in order to build and accelerate the works of regional and international integration to protect the interests of our peoples and our national security. It is also our duty to call for more work for Arab diplomacy and for the activation of the Arab and Islamic Peace Council and the network of Arab security and safety in order to integrate it with the ministerial committee to be responsible not only on the main central cause of Palestine, but also to be responsible for other regional files in the countries of armed conflicts, and also to build on the peace processes and also to work on the construction of these places. Your Highnesses, Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, strengthening the Palestinian work and also enhancing the two-state solution always starts with enhancing and strengthening the Arab work internally, and also in order to respond to the violence and aggression of Israel cannot be done without proxy war, but by solving internal disputes and supporting the Arab countries and their social safety in order to confront armed militias, in order to abide by the international resolutions without selectivity. We'd like also to thank Saudi Arabia again for their fruitful efforts. May Allah grant us all success for the safety and interest of all of our nation. Thank you very much, and peace be upon you.
أشكر فخامة الدكتور رشاد.
I'd like to thank His Excellency Rashad Mohammed Al-Alimi for his speech, and now I'd like to ask His Excellency from Morocco to deliver his speech. Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, Your Highnesses, Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies. It is my honor to be responsible and to be assigned by His Majesty, the King Mohammed Assadis, to be responsible for delivering his speech here in this extraordinary summit. He is keen on following up on the works of this summit, and I'd like to communicate to you his greetings and his best wishes for the success of this summit, and his appreciation for the efforts exerted by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, our sisterly country, in order to serve the causes of the Arab and Islamic nations. Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, His Majesty the King that reaffirms that the cause of Palestine is one of the priorities of our foreign policies in Morocco, and he talked in the second speech for the 25th Crown speech. In that speech, he also reiterated that he will continue to support initiatives, constructive initiatives that aims at finding practical solutions to achieve a tangible and permanent ceasefire in order also to deal with the humanitarian situation. His Majesty considered that the exacerbation of the situation in the kingdom requires that we leave the crisis situation towards a permanent solution according to the following perspective. First, if achieving a ceasefire or an end of war in Gaza is a priority, in this case, this should happen in parallel with opening a new political horizon that will enable us to achieve a permanent and just peace in the region. Secondly, depending on negotiations to revive the peace process between the Palestinian and Israeli parties requires that we need to stop extremists from all parties. Thirdly, in order to achieve peace and stability in the region, this will not be successful unless we work within the path of the two-state solution, with Gaza as an integral part of the territories of the independent state of Palestine, with East Jerusalem as its capital. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, His Majesty the King of Morocco, King Mohammed VI, based on his political and humanitarian duty as the chair of the Jerusalem Committee, gave his directions to this agency in order to send humanitarian and medical aid urgently to our brothers in Palestine, in Gaza and the West Bank and the city of Jerusalem. This was achieved through enabling this aid to achieve through an unprecedented successful efforts. In parallel with the humanitarian aid, Morocco, out of our steadfast stance towards peace as a strategic choice, we believe that the true peace in the area or in the region of the Middle East should guarantee for the Palestinians their legitimate rights in order to achieve the two-state solution. We also condemn the resolution of ending the work of the UNRWA, and we consider that as a direct threat to the presence and the existence of the people of Palestine. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, His Majesty the King of Morocco, King Mohammed VI, out of his political and humanitarian duty, and as Israel expanding and spilling over conflicts to reach the Lebanese territories is a clear indication that the whole region is at the brink of an unknown and a risky situation. This urges us to ask and inquire about the true motives behind this exacerbation and this escalation, and who is going to benefit from this crisis, especially that efforts are still going on different levels in order to stop the war that is going on in Gaza for more than a year. In this context, the Kingdom of Morocco is in solidarity with the voice of all other Arab and Islamic nations in order to be standing side by side with Lebanon to retrieve and restore their sovereignty in all of their territories and to enhance their authorities to achieve national unity and to protect the safety and security of their nation. And peace be upon you all. I'd like to thank His Excellency Mr. Aziz Khmouch for his speech, and now His Excellency Mohammed Shahbaz Sharif, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, to deliver his speech.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Qul ya ibadi allazina asrafu.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent and Merciful, all you who have done a lot of mistakes, do not despair regarding of the mercy of Allah. Allah forgives all sins. He is the all-forgiving.
Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. To begin, let me extend my profound appreciation to the custodian of the two holy mosques, His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and His Royal Highness Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, for their sagacious leadership in convening this session of Arab-Islamic Summit. Excellencies, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza has reached a level beyond imagination. For over 1 year, the occupied Palestinian territories, particularly Gaza, have fallen in endless darkness and despair, with devastated homes, lives lost, and families torn apart. How long should humanity shut its eyes to hospitals being blown up along with injured women clutching the lifeless bodies of their infants? Ladies and gentlemen, these atrocities committed against the Palestinians have rightfully been labeled as genocide, not only by the media, but by the International Court of Justice. With each passing day, every moral code has been flagrantly violated by Israel. Yet the killing and destruction continue with no end in sight. I ask, ladies and gentlemen, how long will this annihilation be ignored? Excellencies, Israel has been emboldened by the world's indifference and inaction. There is an utter disregard of humanity's repeated calls for a ceasefire, unhindered humanitarian relief, and protection of civilians, while houses, along with their occupants, are being blown up. The most sophisticated weapons continue to be supplied to Israel. Indeed, it has been assured of unconditional assistance and protection. Excellencies, the international humanitarian laws meant to protect the vulnerable have been torn to shreds. Humanity is being tested and failing. While Gaza bleeds, the world watches in deafening silence. Is it any wonder then that after decades of suffering and oppression, the spirit of resistance remains unbridled? The flames of defiance burn brighter even under the relentless siege. Excellencies, Pakistan stands firm in its commitment to Palestine's right to self-determination. We reiterate our unwavering support to establish an independent, viable, and contiguous state of Palestine with Al-Quds Sharif as its capital, based on the pre-1967 borders. This is the only avenue towards justice and durable peace in the Holy Land. My dear brothers and sisters, Pakistan strongly condemns Israel's recent strikes on Iran as an outright violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity. We equally denounce Israel's ongoing military aggression against Lebanon and stand in complete solidarity with its innocent people. Such escalations constitute a dangerous threat that could unleash a broader war. My dear brothers and sisters, as the Ummah, we are bound by duty, by faith, and by our conscience to stand resolutely with the people of Palestine more than ever before. We must not let this systematic genocide and aggression persist. Therefore, this conference must call for, 1, an immediate and unconditional ceasefire. 2, impose an immediate arms embargo on Israel, lifting of Israel's blockade against Gaza, ensuring the prompt delivery of food, water, electricity, and medical aid to our brothers and sisters in Gaza, accountability for Israel's war crimes, pursue the adoption of UNGA's Emergency Special Session Resolution 10/24 that follows up historic advisory opinion by the ICJ, a comprehensive review of Israel's membership in the United Nations. Your Royal Highness, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, and my very dear brothers and sisters, let this summit be a moment to transform our voices into actions. Together, we must move beyond condemnation and act swiftly to uphold justice and dignity for the people of Palestine and all those who face oppression. May our unity today be the dawn of Palestine's freedom. Ameen, summa ameen. I thank you.
I'd like to thank Prime Minister Mohammed Sha'ban Sharif for his speech, and I'd like to invite Hassan Mahmoud, the President of Somalia, to deliver his speech. In the name of Allah, praised be to Allah, and prayers and peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad. Your Royal Highness, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman Abdulaziz, the Prime Minister of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Secretary
Ibrahim Taha, Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Highnesses, and Head of Delegations, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am honored to participate in this extraordinary Arab-Islamic Summit regarding Gaza and Lebanon, which is being held under the severe circumstances that the Palestinian and Lebanese people are experiencing as we speak right now. I would like to express my sincere gratitude and heartfelt appreciation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, their King, government, and people for the generous hospitality and warm welcome accorded to us. Your Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, we gather today under the shadow of immense suffering and urgent need. Gaza is now enduring an unprecedented destruction and humanitarian crisis. This situation is not only a call for regional solidarity, but a test for humanity as a whole. It demands immediate and concerted global attention and action to save human lives. The escalating violence in Gaza and its spillover to Lebanon is not only catastrophic to the people affected, but also plunges the region plunges the region and the world into a further instability. The Somali people, with their own history of conflict, deeply sympathizes with those affected by this crisis. We understand, perhaps more than most, the prolonged suffering weakens not only individuals, but the very fabric of the societies affected and their ways of lives. Therefore, our government stands with the Palestinian people and call for an immediate ceasefire and release of all hostages and detainees. This momentary halt could save human lives, relieve suffering, and create the conducive space for dialogue that is urgently needed now. I urge the international community to come together in a unified effort to protect the vulnerable people in Palestine, allowing for humanitarian aid and life-saving resources to reach those who need the most. Our collective humanity obligates us to prioritize diplomacy, compassion, and cooperation over conflict and its resulting destruction. Let diplomacy and our own human conscience and values lead us towards peace and reconciliation, setting aside division and mistrust for the sake of those enduring unspeakable suffering. The people of Palestine and Lebanon, as all humanity in the globe, has the right and deserve a better way, respect, and dignity. The question of Gaza is one that transcends political and ideological divides. It is at its core a matter of human rights, dignity, and justice. A sustainable and peaceful resolution can only be achieved through the establishment of a Palestinian state within the borders of 1967, with the East Jerusalem as its capital. This is the only guarantee for the region to transition into a new era characterized by peaceful coexistence for the benefit of all. I once again thank His Majesty, the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz, and His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz, for convening this timely summit. I wish that this summit will adopt a concrete and tangible commitments for the implementation of two-state solutions, whereby the Palestinians will have their sovereign and independent state. Let us work together to usher in a future where cooperation and mutual respect for the foundations of peace are in place. By doing so, we can bring hope, security, stability, not only to Palestine, but to the broader Middle East and the wider world at large. In conclusion, at this critical time of need for global stability and investment in sustainable development, our actions today will shape the future. Let us make them count. I thank you all.
I'd like to thank Mr. Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud, the President of Somalia, and now I could invite Mr. Muhammad Rida Alef, the First Deputy of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The floor is yours.
In the name of God, the most beneficent, the most merciful, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mohammed bin Salman, the Honorable Crown Prince, also the Honorable Secretary Generals, Excellencies. At the outset, I would like to thank the invaluable measure and the action of the Saudi Arabia for holding this very important event in a worthy way in the very critical situation of the region. I would like to salute all the pure spirit of the martyrs of Palestine and Lebanon and those who lost their lives, especially Shahid Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, Ismail Haniyeh, Yahya Sinwar. I would like to salute them, and I would like to condemn and abhor the oppression and the genocide, and also confirm the right to self-determination of the oppressed people of Palestine. Mr. Chair, indifference towards the aggression, injustice, and the oppression will result in inaction and passivity, and this is a kind of moral negligence that will embolden the criminal, and we all have this moral responsibility and vocation to stand against one of the worst evils remaining from the previous century, and that is the occupation of the people of Palestine's territories and the continued oppression and the genocide of them. The shameful catastrophe that has been inflicted on the occupied Palestine over the last months in Lebanon is not just it is just a result. It's not just a result of an occupying regime that is like a vampire, but also it is a result of the impunity that is granted to the criminals and they feel as if they should, the Western countries, the United States, need to all the time give the support to it. The killing of more than 50,000 people, the civilians, mostly women and children in Gaza, and also the atrocities of the Zionist regime in Lebanon, all with the support and the participation, political, economic, intelligence support, and the military support of the United States. All of them are being carried out with them. And the thing which has exacerbated this crime and emboldened the criminals in advancing the plan of the genocide, and it is an indifference that is inflicted upon and imposed on the international community. The most important indicator of it is the inability or the lack of interest of the United Nations and other so-called human rights bodies in order to come up with effective measures to bring to a halt and to stop the carnage and the killing and the genocide of the Palestinians. The government of the United States is behind all the actions of the Zionist regime, and the world is waiting for the new government of the United States to bring immediately to stop the war against the people of Gaza and Lebanon. Excellencies, the experience of this fake regime in the last 80 years shows that the ringleaders of this entity seek their survival in chaos and also unrest within the occupied territories and also in the surrounding areas. And they have tied it to them. And appeasement and tolerance with regards to these atrocities will result in the ruining of the credibility of the international law and also those that are governing the international relations during the time of conflict and peace. And the oppressions, like the targeted assassination, they just want to deceive the public opinion. And then the intellectuals and the leaders of Palestine and other countries of the region, one by one or collectively, are being murdered. This is nothing but lawlessness and organized terrorism and the banishment of and turning the security instruments to the weapons of killing the nationals of other countries. My dear colleagues, in a way that the mechanisms of the United Nations, especially the Security Council, because of the all-out and unconditional support of the United States and certain Western countries have become very unable to bring to a halt the carnage and the genocide of the people of Palestine and the people of Lebanon. So we, as the leaders of the Muslim and Arab countries, have become increased. And the occupying regime, with so much shame, is trampling upon all international rules and regulations, also the humanitarian ones. And the United Charter is being torn up by the representative of the regime, and the Secretary General of the United Nations is threatened and is considered persona non grata, and they're ridiculing and making a mockery of the international laws. And under such circumstances, the Muslim Arab countries are shouldering very heavy responsibility, and we need to come up with a firm and collective measure and to take an effective step to put an end to the crimes of this occupying regime and the criminal regime. And also, we need to three goals. One, and to bring to a stop the crimes of the occupying regime, and two, to come up with the measures to make sure that these crimes are not repeated, and three, to compensate for the damages rendered to the people of Lebanon and Palestine because of the crimes perpetrated by the Zionist regime. Honorable audience and participants, I would like to say very vociferously, clearly and firmly, and in order to having immediate ceasefire in Lebanon and Palestine, and to have coordination for the humanitarian law uninterrupted one, to the people damaged in those countries by the Zionist regime, in order to have planning and also to having renovation and reconstruction of the infrastructures, and also improving this the medical care are the least things that we need to do, Mr. Chair. In conclusion, I hope that this summit will realize and understand the heavy responsibility it has, historic one, and condemn the atrocities of it, and will voice its support for the Palestinian cause, and come up with a unified and one voice, and to take very coordinated and very serious steps so that those goals will be fulfilled that I mentioned with unity. And we need to be steadfast to our allegiance to the people of Palestine and the solution of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and as I always adhere to to have a referendum held amongst all the Palestinians, including Muslims and Christians and the Jews. It seems that it is still the only democratic way to finally resolve the Palestinian issue and to restore the self-determination right to the people there. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
أشكر معالي السيد.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Rada Arif for his speech, and I call upon Mr. Khalid bin Abdullah Al Khalifa, the Deputy Prime Minister from Bahrain, to give his speech. Thank you. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, Your Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the Crown Prince, Prime Minister, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. May Allah protect you. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, Your Excellency Mr. Mohammed Abul Ghaid, the Secretary General of the League of the Arab States, Mr. Mohammed Ibrahim Taha, the Secretary General of Organization of Islamic Cooperation, distinguished delegates, peace be upon you. I'm honored to convey to you the welcoming of the King of Bahrain, may Allah protect him, and His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, the Prime Minister, and their wishes for you of the success of this summit, expressing our appreciation for the efforts of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, led by the custodian of two Holy Mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and with the support of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, the Crown Prince, the Prime Prince, may Allah protect them, for this kind invitation that reflects the commitment of the Kingdom, of the long-term commitment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia towards the issues of the Arab and Islamic nations, ensuring peace, stability, and security in the region. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, we are gathered here today in the midst of this continuous war for more than 1 year on Gaza, extending to Lebanon, which led to the military repercussions in the region. The humanitarian crisis is terrifying. Innocent civilians lost their lives, injuries taking place, and deprivation of basic rights. And these great challenges forces the international community to take strict measures and to fulfill the humanitarian and legal obligations, working on an immediate stop or an immediate ceasefire, and to preserve the sovereignty and the security of the nations, ensuring the humanitarian aid entering these areas, the protection of civilians, and not to displace them. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, the Kingdom of Bahrain was and still calls upon implementing a long-lasting, just peace in the Middle East, and we are committed to solve the Palestinian cause, and is a dire need to preserve all the rights of the nations of the region to coexist in peace and stability. In alignment with this call and the call of the Arab and Islamic nations led by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Bahrain is calling upon the international community to fulfill all their mandates, first by effectively responding the summit of Bahrain that was held in Manama in last May with regards to holding an international peace conference supporting the rights of the Palestinian people in self-determination, and to establish a state with the capital of East Jerusalem based on the borders of 1967, an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and south of Lebanon, and to release the hostages and open the humanitarian channels, and to end the Israeli illegitimate Israeli occupation, to preserve the legal and the historical status of Jerusalem, and to end settlements in Jerusalem. Implementing the United Nations Resolution 1701, and to maintain a Taif agreement to ensure the stability of the lands of Lebanon. Fourth, enhancing the efforts of the United Nations and its organizations to continue the humanitarian aid. And in conclusion, we reiterate our thanks to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its wise leadership for the good organization of this summit that embodies our joint keenness to find inclusive and sustainable peace solutions for the Palestinian cause and for all the conflicts in the region, asking Allah Almighty to help us to achieve what will be considered benevolence for the region, in a stable region and a world that respects the human dignity, and peace be upon you.
Thank you, Sheikh Al-Khalifa, for his speech. And now I'd like to call for Murad Tom, the Vice Prime Minister and from Kazakhstan, for their speech.
Majesties, Excellencies, Assalamu alaikum. At the outset, I convey the warmest greetings from the President of Kazakhstan, His Excellency, Mr. Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and all participants of our summit meeting. It is an honor to address this joint Arab-Islamic summit meant to amplify noble efforts taken by the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, to mitigate the catastrophe in Gaza during this most crucial period. Mr. Chairman, global economic and political powerhouses are increasingly unable to work together to tackle geopolitical turbulences, economic uncertainty, and meet current pressing challenges. Conflicts in the Middle East are claiming the lives of thousands, whilst leaving millions without any hope for tomorrow. Amid this discord, the suffering of innocent people in Gaza has reached its unprecedented scale and level, and a full-fledged regional war now risks becoming a nightmarish reality. This is an epic failure of humanity and for the entire international community. In this context, my country stands in full solidarity with the United Nations Secretary General's belief that the world cannot afford for Lebanon to become another Gaza. To this end, middle powers like Kazakhstan today emerge as pivotal players in building bridges and reinforcing multilateralism to resolve disputes, safeguard territorial integrity, ensure peace and stability. My country has steadfastly calling for the settlement of all armed conflicts exclusively via diplomatic means and dialogue. As President Tokayev has underscored, the pursuit of peace through constructive negotiations is not a sign of weakness, but a reflection of strategic wisdom and foresight. Mr. Chairman, Kazakhstan is a strong advocate of the two-state for two nations formula in line with relevant United Nations resolutions. Establishing a sovereign Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital is the only viable solution for ensuring the long-term rights of Palestinians to self-determination and statehood. Astana welcomes the recent launch of the Global Alliance for Implementation of the Two-State Solution, and I do hope the alliance will, in this respect, assure more broader international recognition of Palestine. Dear participants, Kazakhstan joins OIC member states in denouncing the rising death toll among Gaza civilians. The approaching winter only exacerbates the problem of starvation, severe damage of infrastructure, lack of access to primary needs, including medical care, the potential restriction of UNRWA in Gaza will compound further devastating humanitarian consequences. Thus, Kazakhstan joins its voice with brothers who call for an immediate ceasefire and unhindered delivery of critical aid to Palestine. Let me also remind you about my country's proposal to fully utilize mechanisms of Islamic Organization for Food Security. To ease the burden of our brothers and sisters in Gaza, we call on stakeholders to join the fundraising campaign of our organization. Mr. Chairman, we must not forget the crucial role of UN peacekeeping missions in the Golan Heights, Lebanon, and other parts of the world. Kazakhstan's military officers continue to carry out their noble duties as part of the UNIFIL. And we strongly condemn any attacks or actions against UN peacekeepers or diplomatic missions. From our understanding, it's a serious violation of international and humanitarian law. Your Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, during last year's Arab-Islamic Summit, we had a slim hope for the situation in Gaza to change for better. However, the circumstances went from bad to worse. Far-reaching consequences of the conflict negatively affect not only regional security, but also global stability. Excellencies, and yet today we all have to remind each other again that the OIC and its member states can and must play a role in consolidating political will, economic and security resources. I do hope these kind of appeals will not become just a political manifestation for our Ummah and future generations. I thank you.
أشكر معالي السيد مراد نور.
I would like to thank Mr. Murad for his speech, and I'd like now I would call Mr. Husseidi from Oman Sultanate to have his speech. In the name of God, blessing to Allah, and peace be upon the Prophet Muhammad alayhi salatu wassalam, and his companions. His Majesty King Salman, the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman, and his Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, Your Highness, and the distinguished the head of OIC and the distinguished guest. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am honored to convey the speech of the Sultan of Oman, and I would like to transform his wishes for the wishes for this conference to have these efforts and to be in actual efforts and to end this.
To assist the Palestinian people to be able to regain their legitimate rights. Today, we are witnessing a humanitarian crisis that started in Gaza and expanded to Lebanon due to the continuous Israeli aggression and the policy of genocide of Israel, as lives are lost and the innocent are deprived from the very basic rights of life. The scenes of bombardment and genocide and killing that the different neighborhoods are subjected to, as well as the health and educational establishment, as well as the basic infrastructure, goes beyond all the standards of humanity. It requires us to work together to open humanitarian channels to receive aid without any restrictions. And we at the Sultanate of Oman, we re-emphasize on our role calling upon an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and bringing to a halt all the aggression of Israel. And we emphasize on the importance on conducting an independent legal investigation for the continuous aggression, because justice is the fundamental of peace, listening to the sound of law and order to end this continuous suffering. The impact of this catastrophe in Gaza and Lebanon, to include a very dangerous escalation in other parts of the Middle East, which is threatening the region stability. We all believe that there's no path for peace and security only but by political efforts that will protect the sovereignty of the nations, because the stability that we are seeking for our region cannot be achieved only by an inclusive vision that is based on justice and rightfulness. Sultan of Oman remained constant in its status on the two-state solution, an independent Palestinian state with sovereignty based on the borders of 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital, is a genuine right for the Palestinian people that cannot be given up. And therefore, we support this blessed initiative that was launched by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with regards forming an international alliance seeking the two-state solution. And we emphasize the importance of taking practical steps to fulfill that objective. First, the recognition of the international community of the Palestinian state, and history shall write that this blessed gathering had a hand in instilling that legitimate right. And in this regard, we appreciate the positions of all the countries that recognize the Palestinian states, calling upon all the other countries to join this initiative, helping in instilling justice and rightfulness that has been long awaited, as we'll see the flag of Palestine and the skies of freedom. We're asking Allah Almighty to inspire us success in our noble cause and to direct our Islamic nation to its benevolence and help us to support justice and to instill peace throughout the world, expressing our thanks and gratitude to our colleagues in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their warm welcome and for their hospitality and the good organization of this very important summit, and peace be upon you. And thank His Excellency Mr. Badr Mohammed al-Busaidi for his speech. And now I ask the Deputy Prime Minister, the spokesperson of Mali government, Mr. Abdullah Migawi, to give his speech. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Your Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the Crown Prince, the Prime Minister, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, the heads of the delegations, His Excellency, the Secretary General of the OIC, and the Secretary General of the League of the Arab States, peace be upon you. Your Excellency, Mr. Chairman, I would like to convey to the custodian of the two holy mosques peace from General the President of the transitional government with regards to the Palestinian cause. He wanted to be here, and he bestowed upon me that honor to attend this blessed gathering. Mali welcomes all the efforts exerted by the OIC,
mais aussi de convenir.
And this is the main issue, and as you are well aware,
to bring about peace in the Middle East. Indeed, the violence that been witnessed by Palestinians require our attention and the collective actions to settle the issue. The government of the Republic of Mali condemns these attacks against civilian population in Palestine. And we call for immediate stop of this violence. I reaffirm strongly the position of my country, which has always been to support the just cause of the Palestinian population to access its right to self-determination by establishing its sovereign state with Jerusalem as a capital in compliance with relevant international provisions and OIC relevant resolutions. We have some problem in Mali facing terrorism, and we might have some terrorist problem and terrorists operating in Mali exercising atrocities. We reiterate our to the OIC and we thank the OIC for having withdrawn the request made by the Ukraine to be an observer state. Also, request OIC to support the action being undertaken by the states of Sahel towards the UN. The Organization of State of Sahel is calling for inter-Islamic cooperation to save, to protect and preserve unity within the Islamic Ummah and support every single effort of member states. To end my speech, Honorable Shah, I would like to thank the government of Saudi Arabia and for having held donors round a table held here that was in line to support the states, the countries of a state. We also appreciate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for having organized this summit. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much.
We thank His Excellency for his speech, and now I call upon Mr. Mohammed Tanjari, the Foreign Minister of Gambia, to give his speech. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that I address this noble gathering on this special occasion on behalf of His Excellency Mr. Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia and Chairman of the 15th OIC Islamic Summit. First and foremost, I would like to express sincere gratitude and heartfelt appreciation to the custodian of the two holy mosques, His Majesty King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, and the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, for hosting this very important summit at a critical time for this region and for our Muslim Ummah. I also thank them for their generous hospitality and facilities placed at our disposal since our arrival in this holy kingdom. In the same vein, I commend the Secretary General of the League of Arab States and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, respectively, for their commendable roles and dedication towards the consolidation of relations and cooperation between the League of Arab States and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation for the benefit of our peoples under the leadership, guidance, and direction of Your Majesties, Highnesses, and Excellencies. Mr. Chairman, it is regrettable that we continue to witness a year-long period of devastation, destruction, oppression, and terror against Gaza and the Palestinians, including the recent attacks on the Republic of Lebanon and the Islamic Republic of Iran. As we gather here, the illegal occupation of Palestine and attacks on Lebanon continue to be a source of immense pain and suffering. These unlawful acts not only undermine the prospects for a peaceful resolution of the conflict, but also exacerbate the tensions within the Middle East region and threaten international peace and security. The humanitarian catastrophe currently in Gaza and other Palestinian territories occupied by Israel are both profound and devastating, with far-reaching consequences not only for the region, but for the Muslim Ummah and international community as well. The escalation of conflict and tension in Gaza and the West Bank and areas along the Lebanon-Israeli border, including Iran, risk broader regional instability. Moreover, the conflict could lead to a further polarization between different factions and states in the Middle East, complicating peace efforts and potentially drawing in larger international powers. Mr. Chairman, the catastrophe in Gaza calls for an urgent and coordinated international response to alleviate human suffering, protect human rights, and foster a durable peace that addresses the root causes of the conflict. It is crucial for us to come together in full solidarity and unity to ensure that humanitarian aid reaches those that are in need and work towards a sustainable political solution that promotes peace and security for all the people in the region. Moreover, the Gambia continues to strongly condemn the genocidal and heinous acts, war crimes, and crimes against humanity committed against the Palestinians by the Israeli occupying forces. These genocidal actions are in absolute violation of the Geneva Convention and other relevant provisions of international humanitarian law and all international and humanitarian norms. We also wish to express our deep concern over the recent enactment of laws by the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, banning the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, for Palestinian refugees, which is in total contravention of the United Nations Charter and international law. In this regard, my delegation underscores the fact that UNRWA operates under the mandate of the United Nations General Assembly, and therefore the Israeli government is obligated under the UN Charter, the Geneva Convention, and other international humanitarian instruments to safeguard UNRWA and its personnel and ensure the protection of civilians as well as the facilitation of humanitarian access to those in need, especially during this prolonged conflict situation in Gaza and other parts of Palestine. Mr. Chairman, The sovereignty and territorial integrity of nation states are fundamental principles underpinning the international order, as articulated in the United Nations Charter, the OIC Charter, and other international agreements. The consequences of not respecting these principles often lead to destabilization, conflict, injustice, crimes against humanity, and human suffering, emphasizing the need for adherence to international norms and laws. Therefore, the Gambia strongly believes that the two-state solution is a prerequisite for stability and durable peace in the Middle East. In this regard, we call for the immediate mobilization and deployment of joint Arab-Islamic resources in collaboration with members of the international community to achieve a durable ceasefire and the unconditional release of all hostages, thereby paving the way for a lasting peace that respects the rights and sovereignty of all states and peoples. Furthermore, we reiterate our call for an international peace conference under the auspices of the United Nations for the achievement of a lasting solution to the Palestinian-Israeli problem. In our view, the best option for a peaceful and durable settlement of this prolonged dispute between the two states is a peace accord based on the two-state solution, guaranteeing both states their legitimate and inalienable rights to full sovereignty and self-determination within an atmosphere of mutual respect, trust, and confidence. In this context, we reaffirm the need for us to collectively and unconditionally support and enable the Palestinian people to regain their legitimate national rights as recognized by the international community through its recognition of a state of Palestine within the 1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. We must not relent in our efforts to achieve this objective. We must continue to mobilize support for a full global recognition of the state of Palestine. Mr. Chairman, the Gambia applauds and aligns with all initiatives and mechanisms aimed at consolidating the Arab-Islamic relations, cooperation and partnership for improved collective intervention to address our common challenges. In this respect, and this particular crucial moment, the Gambia commends once again the launching of the Global Alliance for the Implementation of the Two-State Solutions initiated by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in partnership and collaboration with the co-initiators such as the League of Arab States, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, the Contact Group on Gaza, the European Union, Norway, the United Nations, and other international organizations and partners. We are also pleased to congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for successfully hosting in Riyadh the recent high-level follow-up meeting of the Global Alliance for the Implementation of the Two-State Solution, under the leadership and direction of the custodians of the two holy mosques, His Majesty King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, and the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud. Considering the importance to this issue, the Gambia is committed to participate in the forthcoming follow-up meetings of the Global Alliance scheduled to take place in Brussels, Cairo, Amman, Oslo, and Ankara. And therefore, we urge all member states and partners to fully and actively take part in these follow-up meetings. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We thank His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Tangara for his speech, and now Mr. Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, the Minister of International Cooperation and Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Djibouti, to give his speech. Your Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, the Crown Prince, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished heads of delegations, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the League of the Arab States, His Excellency, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the OIC, distinguished guests. In the beginning, I would like to extend my thanks and gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this extraordinary joint summit, coming as an extension for the first joint summit hosted by Riyadh during last year. We are gathering again, and the bloodshed of our brothers in Palestine continues for more than this solid nation. They are facing in their own land criminal hostility, aiming to thwart them from existence. And all the killing and all the destruction that is deemed unprecedented is taking place while the international community and the different organizations of the United Nations stand unable to stop this crazy war machine directed towards a nation without any means of defense, due to the practices of the occupation. And in this regard, we call upon the international consciousness, and we say that it's time to break the international community's silence and to stop the imbalance of the good logic. And the most important priority currently is the immediate stop of the massacres and to provide protection for the Palestinian people. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, the occupation did not stop at killing the innocent in Gaza, but also moving towards a dangerous escalation in the region, unleashing an aggression, a blatant aggression against Lebanon that will affect the region, and the price will be paid by the innocent. The Hebrew state escaping the punishment, had it not escaped punishment, will not continue killing the Palestinian people and expanding towards Lebanon. And our country should have a serious stand in the face of the tyranny of that state and the crimes that went beyond all limits. We should fulfill our Islamic and Arabic and ethical obligation towards our brothers in Palestine and Lebanon. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Djibouti reaffirms its stand with the Lebanese people and calls of the ending the hostility and ending the genocide in Gaza. And Djibouti emphasizes as well people and government on its constant position at the right of the Palestinian people of self-determination and establishing independent state based on the borders of 1967 with the capital of East Jerusalem, based on the two-state solution according to the international law, the Arab initiatives, and all the resolutions. Djibouti will continue to support the nation causes, and the priority is the Palestinian cause, and will not hold back on the Palestinian people until they receive their rights fully. And peace be upon you.
I thank His Excellency for his speech, and now I'd like to invite Mr. Mbai Mohammed, the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Comoros, the Union of the Comoros, to deliver his speech.
Alhamdulillah.
All praise due to Allah, peace and blessings be upon the Prophet Muhammad, his family and companions. The custody of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, Your Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, Crown Prince, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the Arab League, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, dear heads of states and delegations, dear attendees, peace be upon you all. Allow me at the outset, as a chairman for our delegation to this extraordinary summit to communicate to you the greetings from your brother, Uthman Ghazali, the President of the Union of the Comoros, who used to attend by himself here in such occasions and in such circumstances that we are living in the Muslim and Arab world. He is following closely the situations in the Middle East in specific and the Islamic and Arab world in general. His Excellency wishes for our summit success, and he has great hopes that this summit will advance our path in the Palestinian cause and to stop the massacres in Gaza and the aggression against Lebanon. It is my pleasure also to express my thankfulness and gratitude to His Majesty, the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz, and the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz, and the Saudi government, the wise Saudi government and the Saudi people for the great hospitality and generosity that we have witnessed since we came here, myself and my delegation, since we arrived at this land, the land of the two holy mosques. Your Highness, Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, dear guests, attendees, the Palestinian cause is the main issue of the Middle East, and it's the gateway for solving all issues in the Middle East. It's related to the lives of Palestinian people and their legitimate rights to establish their independent state. This cause has recently entered in a tangled paths with complicated angles, and it needs a decision that steps up to the plate and guarantees security and safety as a main pillar and a main right for the Palestinian people that faces genocide committed by the Israeli forces in Palestine and has led to the killing or the murder of more than 40,000, the majority of whom are children and women, and hundreds of thousands of displaced persons and injured and forcibly displaced people. In this context, the Union of the Comoros reaffirms that peace is the strategic and sole solution to end the occupation, and the Union of the Comoros is also announcing our full solidarity with the Palestinian people and our steadfast stance towards by the side of the UN resolutions and the international community rules. And thus we urge the international community to put an end to these violations and to commit Israel and hold Israel accountable for implementing the UN resolutions and to start and to work towards an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and Lebanon, depending on the international reference and resolutions, in order to aim at building and establish the independent state of Palestine, living in peace and stability along with the Israeli state. We also condemned the decision of Israel preventing the UNRWA from doing their work in the occupied lands of Palestine. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, your dear participants, the Union of the Comoros in 2023 was one of the first countries to participate with South Africa in the historic case against Israel at the United Nations, because Israel have committed genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. Dear brothers and sisters, we are requested to work jointly in order to avoid a regional war, to stop the escalation of the situation and to prevent aggression against Lebanon and to protect and respect their sovereignty and to implement the UN resolutions. In conclusion, I'd like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its government, led by the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, and the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, the Prime Minister and the Crown Prince of the Kingdom, and the people of the government of Saudi Arabia for their hospitality and generosity and for the good preparation of and organization of this summit. We'll also reaffirm that our Islamic and Arab joint work and mechanisms need to work together with the OIC and the Arab League in order to exert more efforts and to maximize our efforts to develop the work of the two organizations, to utilize more work from them on the international level, and I wish you all success and peace be upon you all.
أشكر معالي السيد مباي محمد.
Thank you, Mr. Mbai Mohammed, for his speech. And now I call Mr. Mohammed Ali Nafti, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Tunisia, to give his speech. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the name of Allah, the most gracious and most merciful, Your Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the Crown Prince, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, Your Highness Prince Faisal bin Farhan bin Abdullah Al Saud, the Chairman of the session, His Excellency, the Secretary General of the League of the Arab States, His Excellency, the Secretary General of OIC. This summit is held after a year has passed since our last extraordinary summit last November 2023. And despite the efforts of the Arab states on all the regional and international arenas, the Israeli killing machine is continuing engaged in heinous crimes and against the Palestinian people, which led up to this point to killing of more than 50,000 martyrs and 100,000 injured so far. We hope for them to recover soon, in addition to thousands of Palestinians missing. We are before a horrific scene that has been repeated since last October 2023, and before it, in a chain, an endless chain of killing and tyranny and collective genocide of people and the means of defending themselves, and the international arena standing still, incapable of thwarting the aggression of the occupation forces that continue challenging all the international resolutions. The international community is requested now more than ever before of self-awareness and to take upon themselves the burden of ethical obligations for an immediate ceasefire against the Palestinian people, and to facilitate the entry of the humanitarian aid, specifically in this time. Tunisia, that its people struggled as other nations struggled for freedom and the principles of justice and peace during occupation. Now we are calling the same, principle, the principles of peace, security, and justice for all the people of the world that are still under the tyranny of the occupation. And we will remain committed to our stance supporting the legitimate rights, specifically the rights in establishing the independent state with full sovereignty on all the lands of Palestine and the capital of East Jerusalem. Also limiting the efforts of UNRWA that's providing aid and relief for Palestinians. The UNRWA in the Palestinian lands came as a desperate attempt to bury one of the most important rights of the Palestinian people, that is the right to return to their lands and to implement their plan of the displacement and the end of the Palestinian cause, which requires exceptional efforts by the Arab and Islamic groups under the banner of our two organizations, among the other serious and honest efforts made by the international community against this hateful tyranny. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, what we are witnessing in the lands of Lebanon of aggressions and different aggression policies of the occupation led now to more than 2,800 martyrs and 4,000 injured which requires us today to continue our solidarity with the Lebanese people to confront the barbaric activities of the occupation forces under the eyes of the international community and a challenge of all the international resolutions. And Tunisia, the news is support for Lebanon in facing these blatant aggressions against the Lebanese people, and can re-emphasize its continuous support that the Lebanese people have the right to defend their sovereignty and their security, and also renewing our commitment at working with the UNIFIL as they are subjected, as it is the case with all the international organizations working in Lebanon and Palestine. They are subject to aggression by these occupation forces, and that requires to double down on our efforts on all the regional and international arenas. And remaining that occupation forces remain immune against the international law, and also the continuation of the aggression and the hostility against the countries of the region is a direct threat to security and stability in the region and globally, and that requires an awakening of the human conscience and a great and swift reform of the current status globally. We are quite confident, Your Highnesses and Your Excellencies, that our summit will send a strong message to the international community that the Arab states, as well as the Islamic states and their peoples, are calling for righteousness and peace, refusing hostility, and embarking on a new phase, instilling the pillars of peace and stability based on international legitimacy and the international resolutions. In conclusion, extending our thanks to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the invitation to us and to hold this summit, providing all means of success due to this great organization, and Allah will help us achieve success. Peace be upon you.
I'd like to thank Mr. Muhammad Ali Nafti, His Excellency, for his speech, and now I'd like to invite Mr. Ahmed Attaf, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Algerians abroad from Algeria to deliver his speech. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, Your Royal Highness, Chair of the Summit, allow me to deliver the text of the message presented from Mr. Abdul Majid Tarbun, the head of the Republic, the President of the Republic, to your distinguished summit. It says, after a whole year of the first edition, the Arab and Islamic Second Summit is convened to stress that the existential threat that threatens our central cause is growing and developing and unfolding in front of our eyes and in front of the eyes of the international community. There is no horizon. There is no horizon for putting an end to the genocide war that is currently happening in Gaza. There is no clear horizon for immuning Lebanon from the extension of this war. There is no horizon for putting an end to the Israeli settlement escalation and stopping them from waging a regional all-out war. And above all, there is the threat of destroying and terminating the Palestinian cause. Terminating the Palestinian cause through emptying the National Palestinian Project from its main body with a systematic manner that is well prepared and well implemented. And also this is done through the extermination of the idea of the establishment of the Palestinian state and avoiding considering it as a main path for the solution of the Israeli-Arab conflict. And also the extermination of this cause happens through eradicating the principle of land in exchange for peace. The Israeli occupation is continuing their settlement, and they are still working on achieving peace according to their own delusions and greed and greediness, without considering in any case what the international legitimacy entails in terms of rules and principles and controls. And the most important of them is ending the settlement and the occupations of the Arabian territory, of the Arab territories, and giving them back to their real and true owners. Facing this situation, my country, since joining the UN Security Council, has worked on continuing the light shed and the focus directed towards the Palestinian cause and also the Lebanese crisis, especially considering the current circumstances that are developing in the Middle East in general. And with the same level of interest, Algeria will answer the call directed to us through this summit to rework on the full membership of Palestine in the United Nations. And we will always be deeply convinced that there is no escape from intensifying our efforts diplomatically and politically, as well as economically, against the Israeli occupier in order to freeze their membership at the United Nations and to put an embargo against their weapons importing, and that these will be always considered important in order to deter that occupier and to force them to stop their war against Gaza and Lebanon and to stop waging escalating wars in the region. There is no escape also from appreciating the political and diplomatic and legal wins that were achieved by the Palestinian cause in order to stop and to eradicate the Israeli plans that aims at destroying the Palestinian cause. And the international alliance for the two-state solution is considered a necessary step to preserve and protect the principles and the pillars and the resources of the independent, sovereign Palestinian state. Thirdly and finally, there is no escape from us needing to work and stand as one hand in solidarity with our Palestinian brothers and Lebanese brothers, because the future of Gaza after war needs to be set and identified by Palestinians in the first place and in the last place. The same goes with the future of Lebanon after war. It also needs to be decided by the hands of Lebanese, and Lebanese alone and no one else. This is the end of the text of the presidential message. Thank you very much, and peace be upon you all.
We thank His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Hattab for his speech, and now call upon the President of Chad, Mr. Mohammed Kalamullah, to give his speech.
Salman ben Abdelaziz, roi du royaume de l'Arabie saoudite, serviteur des deux saintes mosquées, Son Altesse Mohammed ben Salman, le prince héritier.
Your Highness Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished participants. I'm taking the floor on behalf of the President of the Republic of Chad, Mohamed Idris Déby Itno, who has left for reasons of calendar, with the loss of 43 soldiers during an attack by Boko Haram. Despite that, he tried to be here to express his solidarity to the Palestinian people. As you know, the President of the Republic led the operations called Askanit Operation by coming to this Riyadh. He interrupted his military activities to be here. He has entrusted me with the responsibility to transmit his commitments. I'm pleased to tell you that he was pleased to come here to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a holy land of Islam, to share his views on what is going as a crisis in the region. We also express our gratitude to the custodian of the two holy mosques to have taken the good decision to hold this summit. I also wish to thank the Arab League and the OIC for being part of this organization. I'm honored to be here and to discuss the unity of the Islamic world in the face of Israeli aggression. It is a time for us, we talked, and we unified our voice with regard to the Palestinian cause, which has accelerated in the Lebanon. Our collective we must condemn this violence which is affecting the West Bank, Gaza, and which has escalated into Lebanon. We cannot be silent over this situation. But largely, the peace and stability situation is fragile in some countries. There is manipulation, division, and other sorts of exercises that is the cause of our tragedy. This reality that we are living in most of our countries is affecting our unity, our cohesion, solidarity, and the holiness of the human life. As a leader of the world, as a leader of the Muslim world, we must take with us all the commitments towards our people. We are in most cases responsible for what happened to us, so we have to assume our responsibility to face the crisis. It is true that we are facing aggression and other challenges in the world of 2 billion that is shared over the land. And here there are external powers involved in this crisis, and there is some indifference from the part of some leaders, and we must act collectively to prevent such challenges. It is a serious situation. We have to stand up and act together, and our collective responsibility is committed. I think my country of peace and justice, which is moved by solidarity, call for the respect of international law, especially the relevant provisions relating to the protection of civilians, and we support the Palestinian and Lebanese people. The humanitarian aid must access Gaza and Lebanon, and the conclusion of this summit will help us to be in line with our Islamic obligation. In terms of result, we must be united and committed as in the past in a regional context and international. Chad, as a member of the OIC, and is granting the maximum attention possible to this file. Before closing my speech, I would like to talk about some attacks that we have witnessed in the Lake of Chad against my country as perpetrated by Boko Haram. So we are trying to face this situation, and Islam, the religion of peace, solidarity, which has been here for the good of all humanity, despite our differences. So some people cannot use it against us. On this hope, I wish successful deliberation to this meeting. May peace be upon you.
We thank His Excellency Mr. Abdurrahman Kalamallah for his speech, and Mr. Datu Muhammad Abdul Rashid, the Minister of Development in Brunei, Dar es Salaam, to give his speech. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, peace be upon you.
Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the Arab League, Your Majesties, Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, at the outset, I'm honored to convey the warm greetings of His Majesty, Sultan Haji Hassan Al Bolkiah, Muizzuddin wa Dawla, Sultan and Yang di-Pertuan of Brunei Darussalam to this joint Arab-Islamic Extraordinary Summit. I also extend His Majesty's appreciation to His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the custodian of the two Holy Mosques, and His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for the invitation to this very urgent and timely summit to discuss the violent escalation in the Middle East, particularly in Palestine and Lebanon. I also like to take this opportunity to extend Brunei Darussalam's deepest condolence to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on the attack at the military camp in Seyun, Yemen on 8 November 24, that resulted in the martyrdom of 2 Saudi military officials and left 1 wounded. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant them a place among His blessed ones, and we pray for the swift recovery of the injured. Excellencies, Saudi Arabia's initiative in hosting this extraordinary summit reflects the wisdom of its leadership and underscores the kingdom's deep commitment to advancing peace, stability, and justice in the region. It further highlights Saudi Arabia's steadfast dedication to the Palestinian cause and commends its role in bringing together like-minded nations in solidarity to end the aggressions of the occupying power. It is crucial that we are constantly reminded that the latest developments are a direct result of the protracted conflict in Palestine, which have led to the tragic and unjustifiable loss of countless innocent lives and immense suffering among civilians. It has now been over a year since the war on Gaza began and 7 decades of operation under the occupying power in Palestine. Despite repeated international calls for an immediate ceasefire, the situation has deteriorated with no end in sight. The continued impunity of the occupying power will only perpetuate the cycle of violence we have witnessed in the region. The occupying power must cease its blatant violations of international law and international humanitarian law, and most urgently halt its illegal actions which risk further is a fundamental step towards reducing the escalating tensions in the region and paving the way for achieving lasting regional peace. Let us continue to send a clear message to the United Nations Security Council to fulfill their legal and moral obligations on the maintenance of peace and security. The paralysis of the Council on this matter cannot continue to be the norm, and Council members must exercise the authority to hold accountable those in violation of international law and the United Nations Security Council resolutions. Excellencies, Brunei Darussalam supports efforts by OIC countries in ensuring the rights of Palestinians continue to be advocated and championed. We therefore commend Saudi Arabia's initiative, Global Alliance for the Implementation of the Two-State Solution, which recently took place last month. We hope this initiative will reinforce efforts to end the illegal occupation by the occupying power and establish a sovereign Palestinian state. Brunei Darussalam remains resolute in its support for Palestine and its inalienable right to self-determinations. We also reaffirm our commitment to the two-state solutions towards achieving an independent state of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. Thank you.
We thank you for your speech, Excellency, and now the Deputy Prime Minister to give his speech, her speech, I'm sorry, from the Republic of Uganda, the Deputy Prime Minister.
Secretary General of the OIC and the Arab League, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Let me on the outset thank the leadership of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia under the guidance of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and his Crown Prince and Prime Minister, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, for convening this very important meeting. I also wish to convey greetings from His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, and the chairman of the Non-Aligned Movement. He asked me to further convey to the Palestinian people the strong message of solidarity. He views the struggle of the people of Palestine as a struggle for humanity. Mr. Chairman, sir, we are meeting at a time when the people of Palestine are engaged in an existential struggle. As our first meeting last year, we noted the senseless deaths in Gaza and sporadically in the occupied West Bank. The carnage has exponentially expanded beyond occupied Palestine to Lebanon. While mainstream media reports of 40,000 deaths, the real figure may be more than thrice that figure, as more of the reported 189,000 people succumb to injuries inflicted on them by the aggressor. There is a real danger that the entire population of northern Gaza is at risk of perishing if the international community continues with its current indifference. It is time for the UN Security Council to act. It its continued indifference and inaction poses a mortal danger to regional and international peace and security. In our last meeting, we called for an international peace conference where a credible peace process can be launched. This process will require Israel to show commitment to negotiations in good faith. History is repeated with missed opportunities and frustrated efforts. We recall that the United Nations General Assembly at its 186th meeting on December 11, 1948, adopted resolution number 194. This resolution, among others, calls for the establishment of United Nations Conciliation Commission to facilitate the peace process between Israel and Arab states, to drive forward the efforts of Mr. Focal Bernadotte, who had been assassinated. Assassinations have been since then become cynical means to frustrate the peaceful process. Key figures that would have moved the peace process forward have been assassinated. For example, we have the late Issam Satawi, murdered in 1983. In Portugal, Yasser Arafat, Ismail Haniyeh, and Yahya Sinwar. It is important that for the peace process to be meaningful, there has to be clear and deliberate confidence-building measures for both parties, especially Israel. Assassinations and reckless bombings must stop. This will help endanger a level of necessary dignity and a goodwill. Peace with dignity is only durable peace. Israel's hope that she can humiliate Palestinians into defeat is misguided. No people are defeated unless they admit defeat. No occupied people whose dignity is violated every day can do that. Mr. Chairman, the situation in occupied Palestine has never been as dire as it is today. Deprivation of social services, denial of humanitarian aid, destruction of infrastructure, schools and hospitals is now complete. Jewish groups have started moving into new neighborhoods as settlers. They want to take over Gaza, much in the same manner they have done elsewhere in Palestine and the Golan Heights. In the recent past, Israel Parliament enacted a law banning the United Nations Relief and Works Agencies for Palestinian refugees in the Near East. This agency, as all aware, was created and mandated by the UN General Assembly in 1949 with the mandate of providing human development assistance and services to Palestinian refugees. UNWRA has had a very precarious existence since its inception. Israel has leveled a lot of misinformation and disinformation against it as its staff. In several cases, its staff has suffered death and criminal assault at the hands of occupier. Uganda rejects this practice by Israel. This blatant violation of international humanitarian law is unacceptable. It violates all norms of international law and Fourth Geneva Convention. As an occupying power, Israel should be compelled by the international community, United Nations Security Council, in particular, to protect civilians and facilitate humanitarian access to those in need. The ban is illegal and should not be allowed to stand. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I wish to restate Uganda's commitment to the Palestinian cause and the wider peace in the region. In this regard, we call all the immediate ceasefire and withdraw all Israeli forces from Gaza, cessation of hostilities in Lebanon, and access to humanitarian aid for the people of Gaza. We also call on Israel to desist from establishing Jewish settlements in Gaza and the re-establishment of social services, including health power, among others. I once again wish to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for convening this meeting. I thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I thank Her Excellency Rukia Sakana for her speech, and now call His Excellency the Foreign Minister of Bangladesh, Mr. Hussein, to give his speech.
Majesty, Highnesses, Excellencies, and Arab League, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. On behalf of the government and people of Bangladesh, I would like to convey our deep appreciation to the government of Saudi Arabia, His Majesty King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, and His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for convening today's extraordinary Joint Arab-Islamic Summit. I also convey to you the greetings of Nobel Laureate Professor Muhammad Yunus, Chief Advisor of the Interim Government of Bangladesh. Majesty, Highnesses and Excellencies, we have gathered here at a time when the Israeli aggression and massacre on Palestinian people is continuing in occupied Gaza and the West Bank in total disregard of the condemnation of the global communities. Tens of thousands of innocent civilians have been killed, most of whom are women and children, while the world looks on. We are also witnessing the troubling expansion of hostilities into Lebanon and Iran, raising concerns about potential further escalation in the region, which would have serious ramifications on this regional and global peace and economy. I believe this summit will convey a concise, pragmatic and impactful, strong message to the international community for stopping the ruthless aggression of Israel against the defenseless Palestinians. The gathering reflects our united and resolute stance in support of our Palestinian brothers and sisters. Majesty, Highnesses and Excellencies, Bangladesh has always stood unwaveringly with Palestine and has consistently condemned the illegal occupation and the violent oppression perpetrated by Israel. Since joining the esteemed organization in 1974, Bangladesh has remained steadfast in advocating for a just and lasting solution, called for a two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders, with Al-Quds, Al-Sharif as the capital of a free, independent and viable Palestinian state. Bangladesh has also extended help to the Palestinian people, including taking Palestinian students in higher seats of learning in our country. Majesty, Highnesses and Excellencies, the massacres in Gaza, West Bank and Lebanon are war crimes, and those responsible must be held accountable. Bangladesh strongly supports and calls for the International Criminal Court to expedite its investigation into these crimes against humanity. We must work together to ensure that justice is served. This is not solely a Muslim concern. It's a universal call to uphold human dignity, to protect the vulnerable, and to save humanity from further degradation. Only through accountability can we prevent future atrocities and send a clear message that the lives of the Palestinian people are equally valuable. At the same time, we need to find out measures to preserve and implement the two-state solution. Before I end, I extend our deepest gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, especially His Majesty King Salman and His Royal Highness Crown Prince and Prime Minister Mohammed bin Salman for the warm hospitality extended to me and to my delegation. I thank you all.
Thank His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Tawheed Hussein for his speech, and now call upon Mr. Rahim Ismata, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Indonesia, to give his speech. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, Your Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, peace be upon you. On behalf of the Indonesian President and the members of the Indonesian delegations, we thank you, Your Highness, for inviting us to attend this blessed summit, coming in a time reflecting the dangers of this phase. We are all witness for all the massacres and the barbaric collective genocide for the people of Gaza and Palestine, for the children, the women of Palestine. Will we remain witness of the death of the humanitarian conscience, in addition to the killings and injuries due to our weakness and inability? This extraordinary summit came, as we believe, as a response for our existential challenge by coordinating a collective response from the two organizations, the Arabian and the Islamic. More than 2 billion Muslims sounded together to liberate Palestine with all our might and resources. Israel, led by Netanyahu, and the extremist right-wing partners, they only know the language of brutality and violence with no respect for the United Nations resolutions and the ICG and ICC, and made the decision only ink on paper. So we are saying that the summit must come up with practical steps and outputs as a response combating this collective punishment imposed on the Palestinian people. And in this framework, we suggest the following steps in addition to the suggestions that was made earlier by our dear colleagues. First, to intensify diplomatic and political efforts to end war in Lebanon and Gaza, and to prevent any efforts of escalation by all parties to drawing the region into a regional war that cannot be determined or know its path, and also working together with the Islamic nations to contribute all they can, supporting the struggle and opening all the official channels and the means possible for the humanitarian aid to reach Palestine. Thirdly, to embark on waves of international support by expanding the international alliances to include the South or the global South and all the countries supporting the liberation of Palestine, and considering all forms of resistance by all the Palestinian states a legitimate eternal right for any colonized nation and not terrorism, and to practice pressure on all the international organizations to isolate Israel, and to practice pressure on all international organizations to isolate Israel and to cancel Israel's membership in the United Nations. And the war crimes and the genocide committed by Israel against the Palestinian people should not go unpunished. And also stopping and cutting all the relationships with Israel and all the companies working with the Zionist regime, and ending all the current Israeli projects in the member states' lands, and increasing the size of the trade exchange between the Arab and the Islamic countries, specifically with regards to the products manufactured in Arab and Islamic countries. Fifth, rejecting all means and all methods of naturalization, and to reconsider the political relations with Israel in compatibility with the Arab Peace Initiative. Indonesia, the people who came out of the womb of pain and have tasted the bitter of colonizations and even suffered genocide, not for years or decades, but for centuries. And that is the case with most Arab and Islamic countries. Amongst all the pains suffered by the Palestinian people, we say that we are all Palestine. We are all Palestine. We are all Palestine. And with the solidarity of the Palestinian people, we say there is no mean for our freedom and independence if Palestine is not free and liberated. We are entrusted with Palestine, and it is indeed a humanitarian necessity. May Allah have mercy on the martyrs of Palestine, and to provide the living with a independent and free state with the capital of East Jerusalem. And may Allah give us the opportunity to hold prayer in Al-Aqsa Mosque, and to hold our next summit in Al-Aqsa Mosque, and peace be upon you.
أشكر معالي السيد
thank His Excellency Mohammed Anis Mata for his speech. And now, distinguished attendees, now the draft resolution is before you, so there are no remarks. I announce with the blessing of Allah its adoption. A simple remark. Article 18 differs between the two, the English and the Arabic text. If the Arabic text is original, then the translation must be performed again. If you approve the Arabic text, that means that the translation should be reviewed again. That's with regard to Article 18. Iran? Peace be upon...
First of all, I should appreciate the excellent hosting by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for this important summit at this sensitive juncture. I have 3 points to be raised. One is regarding the paragraph 2 of the resolution. It was yesterday that in the ministerial meeting we raised to add only one word, that's the condemnation to the aggressions, because 5 countries, including Palestine, in the region have been attacked by the Israeli regime. So we are only warning regarding the escalation. So that would be very important to condemn also these aggressions. So please take it into consideration. I believe that no delegation would oppose addition of such a term actually to warn and also to condemn the aggressions. This is my first point. And the second actually is in the draft resolution that was distributed yesterday, there was a paragraph 16, that was regarding the starting of working to mobilize international support to freeze Israel's participation in the United Nations General Assembly and all its affiliated entities and so on. I think that this important paragraph now is missing in the final document. I'm wondering that what was the reason or which delegation requested for its deletion. I hope that I'm wrong, but if it is missed, my delegation actually...
Sorry to interrupt, Excellency, just it's in 18, this language.
Excellency, excuse me, that's regarding the arms embargo. That's not regarding the freezing of participation of Israeli regime.
No, sorry. So
because that was an independent paragraph.
No, I understand, but I'm saying in 18.
Okay.
Can we have the English version? هنا مكتوب 17. اللي أمامي 18. Okay. هنا في 18 Anyway, Excellency, the language in the document in front of me is there, and we will be sure that it is included in the final document. There is no disagreement on the language about the United Nations organizations as you have read it, as it was in the draft yesterday.
So thank you very much. And the last but not the least, Excellency, is regarding the expression of reservation of Iran actually on the two-state solution, because that would be against our laws and regulations regarding the recognition of the Israeli regime. So, but while today afternoon I read actually the Arabic version, there is a footnote expressing the reservation of 2 delegations, but there is no naming of Iran, you know. That would create complications in Iran. And so I please kindly... because we have sent a note verbal yesterday and today actually on this important issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Noted, Your Excellency. إن لم يكن هناك مداخلات أخرى سنعتمد.
So we'll approve the the statement and take into consideration all the amendments that was mentioned, in addition to reservation made by Iran. And we announced the end of the activities of this summit and the end of this session. Thank you all. Thank you.
Egypt opens up to the world. President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi meets with world leaders.
أعبر لكم عن خالص الشكر والتقدير على حفاوة الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة.
Reaffirming Egypt's vision, delivering our voice abroad.
لتطوير التعاون الثنائي الاقتصادي والعسكري إلى مستويات غير مسبوقة.
Discussing regional and international developments. Solid and strong relations on the path of partnership and development.